Yo. Oh man. Pretty bad day all the way around. Pretty bad day all the way around. Already sucked. And now my camera looks like dog shit. Mm, just not a good day today. I don't think it's a good day. Maybe it's just me. I don't know. Oh my god. What is going on? What is going on? No, it looks crappy on my end. Uh what's up, mama? How you doing today? Uncle Time. If you need extra, take a look at crop circles in the CIA cover up Y files. Long but really interesting. If you send it to me in the back chat or in my or to my email, I will do it. Conshani, what's going on? 6079 Smith. What's going on? I wish I had an actual. I just call you Smith. Um, you stole my shirt. Uh, Reverend Good, Reverend Green, what's going on? Polygraph, what's up? How you guys doing today? Oh man, it seems echoey or something. I don't know what the fuck is going. I'm having a bad day. If you haven't noticed, I am having a bad day. Jesus Christ! So I literally haven't touched my computer in 3 or 4 days. Bittersweet rumination. Hey, Buggy. I don't know who that is. Who is that? Oh, okay. Oh, okay, okay, okay. Can I sit with y'all? Sure, you can come sit with us. We are here. We are here. I'm gonna try to push through this day because it's pretty bad. Oh, hold on, give me a second. Oh, I just broke that. Let's have some fun. Continue breaking shit. Oh my god, what is going on? Oh, there we go. Oh, let's see. Oh, I didn't break it this time. All right. Okay, that's a little better. That's a little better. What's going on? What's going on? I am gonna push through this day. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna push through it. Do I sound? Does my mic sound trash? Okay, okay, okay. All right. So what we're gonna do? What are we gonna do? We're gonna talk about something. I don't know if any of y'all heard about it, but I'm just gonna go over some mainstream topics that I got so far. Let me pause that. Let me get everything situated. What is this? I don't even know what this is. I just send myself shit all the time. So I'm just gonna go over. I'm just gonna keep running off what I got. Um, I know Mama got some stuff. I don't really have anything today. I didn't even get time to do anything. I literally just got done messing with the cameras in the house. But we all know the debt ceiling is up here. I just got some things to go over. Whether you like it or not, I don't know. I have some crazy shit that I have saved to myself. I think I played this video before. I know y'all can't see it. I'm literally just going down my stream. What is that? Yeah. What is this? That was way too long. Um, oh yeah, for sure, for sure, for sure. Gotta get this guy in here. Gotta get that guy in here for sure. Let's see who is this. I'm going down my list. I'm sorry guys, I can't even see if y'all say anything. Nope, 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 nope. All right, what is this? Oh yeah, that's awesome too. We're gonna go play that one. All right, so let me get back to the StreamYard. What I'm gonna do? here. Boom. There we go. So what I'm gonna do? We're gonna talk about our first story. I hear the debt ceiling? Yes, I was gonna talk about the debt ceiling. We all know that they are still arguing over it right now for some odd reason. I thought they would have had a deal by now, but obviously they can't catch a deal together. Um, there's some controversy. Um, I already knew that John it wasn't McCarthy uh was a rhino. If you don't know nothing about John, what the hell is what's it, John McCarthy? Greg John? I'm having a fucking brain fart. Uh, Kevin McCarthy. There we go. Kevin McCarthy. I said John. Yeah, Kevin McCarthy. Woo, Lord. He is a big fucking rhino. And yeah, I can't wait. I don't even know why they allowed that sorry sack of shit to be Speaker of the House. I think he had it planned all along where he thought he was going to what's that? Guess we'll have to wait next week. I got to hang out with the kiddo. Oh, my bad, sir. Yeah, we're gonna get into this. Whenever if you want to hang out with your kid, you can come back later if you want to. I'll probably still be up. Um, yeah, you can always watch on the replay or whatever. If you want to get next week gonna be a little earlier. We're gonna do it like the normal time, 8 o'clock. It's just been a heavy week, man. Sorry about that. What is Wednesday next week? Yeah. Yeah, you caught me the day before we supposed to be going off on vacation. So yeah, we're gonna be doing conspiracy Wednesday at 8 o'clock on Wednesday. It's not gonna run very long, but we're gonna do it probably about 2.5 hours, maybe 3. Because I gotta get up early in the morning and get on the road. Did you say 6 or 7? 7th, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that still didn't work. Stupid fucking computer. All right, I gotta figure that out. Okay. So no, that's not it. What does this guy say? Uh, where's the damn video at? Holy shit. I guess I don't have it. Well, anywho, let me see. Nope. 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 Yep, here it goes. It's this one. What is it called? Okay, so let's share this one. There we go. All right. So let's make. I don't think I can make her bigger, but anyway, we're gonna take her off this.
Call the balls and strikes, regardless of whether or not you have an
Oh, this ain't it. This is not it. That's not it. Oh man. Well, you know what? Fuck it. Let's go back to this one. We'll go with this. Where you at? There we go.
Or D by your name. I've been accused, all of us have been, over this particular issue that we're conspiracy theorists. We're not. What we're proving to you today is showing you actual bank records, actual evidence of shell companies and businesses, or more businesses and more Bidens involved that we knew of. You have to issue more subpoenas because every time we turn over a rock, there's more information. There's more possible corruption. There's more allegations that need to be investigated. This is what we know today. Money flowed from the Chinese Communist Party, aligned with individuals into American shell companies. And then that money was wired and transferred to Biden family members. This could be the most corrupt scheme in American politics, where a sitting vice president, where we saw members of his family, 9 members so far.
9 fucking members of the Biden family. Sounds like a conspiracy to me.
There may be more that were enriched from countries all over the world. And we're providing more information about Romania today. We know about China. We know that the president denied this during an election in 2020.
That's a fact.
Continues to deny it to this day. And we want everyone held accountable if they have violated their oath of office. We shouldn't have folks that are in office that are betraying their oath of office. We shouldn't have people in office that are betraying their country. If they're paying loads of cash to their family members from adversaries of ours around the world, it's wrong, whether you have a Republican or a Democrat by your name.
So here's the problem with that. They're never going to hold the motherfucker accountable, just like they didn't hold Clinton's accountable for anything. So I don't know why they come up there and make this show. But this is all what it is. It's a fucking show. Uncle Tommy. But yeah, that's what's going good, dude dirty. Oh my goodness. I think it's a show that they keep putting on to keep us all fighting each other on who's right, who's wrong, who's corrupt, who's not corrupt, if they're all corrupt, if they're one person is corrupt. It's all the same. It's a bunch of bullshit that they want to pull over our fucking eyes, which is very fucking annoying because I hate when they parade themselves out here to get a dog and pony show like they're actually going to do something about the corruption in the motherfucking country. Rico 53 says 77 says laundering Ukraine equals laundry stream. I agree with you. I agree with you. Romania Andrew Tate's arrest. Yeah, there's a lot of things out there that's corrupt and that obviously that yeah, but that all obviously that we all I mean that the Biden crime family has actually got their hands involved in. And I wouldn't be surprised if they got Andrew Tate locked up as well. But yeah. I also believe that Ukraine is a money laundering scheme, but I have no way to prove it. If you have some video or something like that to show something on the contrary, yeah, come bring it up. Come up here. I think that she dropped the link in the chat. If you want to come up, you don't have to come up. Just throw it in the back, video on the back. I will play it. I have a lot of videos that I have right now because I really didn't prepare for today. I've been busy, like I said, so this is pretty much on the cuff because I wasn't gonna go live, and then I said, "Fuck it, I gotta do something this Wednesday." So that's the first conspiracy I have. That they want to continue the Nancy Mace Biden crime family part one. She had a whole slew of videos of this shit of this whole thing, but it's a bunch of dog and pony shows. If you haven't seen them, if you've seen one, you've seen them all. Who is this? Haven't seen you in a while. Fuck you, Black Dog. Shut the fuck up, dude. You know I've been busy, man. It's summertime. Kids are out. They expect your time, even if you don't have time to give. So, but I have the time, so I had to give it to her. Yeah. We actually did a little surfing and then I did a whole bunch of video games with the boy. I beat his ass. He beat my ass and a couple things, you know. There was a whole bunch of screaming yesterday at each other because I was playing Major League Baseball with him. Boy, I was beating his ass, and then he started throwing good pitches, and then he started whooping my ass. But yeah, that was the first video down the drain. If anyone have anything going on with that, the Ukraine scandal. Let's look up the Ukraine scandal. Let me get more into that because you know what? I like the Ukraine story, right? Let me get onto my YouTube. Money. Okay, so here we go. It's hold on. Let me stop sharing that and then go back here. Bring you over here. There we go. And we're gonna present. Now, I haven't watched this. I just brought it up. Just put money laundering on YouTube. You know, it pops up with Fox. So, oh, that's an ugly motherfucker. Let's go.
So show me the money. Are the Bidens still getting paid by these foreign governments? I got money from China, Russia, and Ukraine. I'm trying to figure this out. And joining me now is the top of the line, doesn't get any better than Peter Schweitzer, president of the Government Accountability Institute and author of Red Handed.
Really? The president.
American elites get rich helping China win. And Peter, welcome back, as always, my friend. So let me ask a couple questions. I mean, Hunter Biden's interesting to me, but Joe Biden is more interesting to me for obvious reasons. Now, he was vice president. Let's get to lay this out. 2009 to January 2017. They made money. They had cash flows. They made money from Russian deals, Chinese deals, Ukraine deals. Is there any way to figure out what he got? I know it was commingled. His money was commingled with his son Hunter's money, and you had this chap. What was it?
If you count in all the weapons caches that we gave them, it's way over 75 billion to Ukraine. All right. It's pathetic. And it's a what was it? Thank God here I was about to get a headache watching CT show. Oh, well, it is what it is. But yeah, yeah, it's way over $75 billion for Ukraine right now. So, and it does go back to World War II, but that was Ukraine. That was more through Russia, with the Ukrainians there, Georgia.
Tony Bobulinski, who said, save 10% for the big guy, quote unquote. So, Peter, is there any way to figure out how much Joe Biden got during that period when he was vice president?
Well, there isn't, Larry, without subpoena power with actually looking at banking records. But you're quite right. I mean, the Hunter Biden laptop shows that Joe and Hunter had joint bank accounts in some cases. They had intermingled finances. We know that Hunter was paying his dad's bills, monthly bills, and also special bills like renovations on his home. And we also know that some money that Hunter Biden collected from China, at least $2 million, went to James Biden, Joe Biden's brother, and there may be money that went from James Biden to Joe Biden as well. So short of subpoena power and ability to look at financial records, we don't know. But we do know the Biden family itself received some $31 million from China, at least $5 million from Ukraine, and at least $4 million from China. But I think the numbers are much higher than that.
$4 million from Russia, $5 million from Ukraine, and 31 from China. Is that right?
Jeez. Let's get that
right.
money,
and
Biden.
when you look at who made these deals happen, Larry, that's even more alarming. In the case of China, we used the laptop to find out who actually made those deals happen for Hunter Biden and the Biden family, or as my kids would say, who made it rain for them. And we identified 4 Chinese businessmen who made those deals happen. Each and every one of them, Larry, have links to the highest levels of Chinese intelligence. So in one instance, a guy that helped Hunter secure a $20 million deal, at the same time he was helping Hunter Biden, he was business partners with the vice minister of state security in China. That's their spy apparatus. And his responsibilities as the spy agent was recruiting foreign nationals to spy for China. So this is not just corruption. This is very serious national security stuff we're talking about.
You betcha. And, I'm reading through all your
Hold on.
emails.
All right. I'm gonna pause that right there. So you know how all that money that's here they're spending, whatever. You know how, I went on there and say what'd you say? There's a super chat. I can't see it. Hold on. Black Thoughts with the $5 super chat says to Uncle Tom. Thank you, my good sir. I know you're over there Jigaboo wrangling, I think. So if you want to, whenever you get done with that, come on up to the show. You know how Joe Biden, Hunter Biden, they say that he was paying his dad $50,000. Well, they rounded it up to $50,000 a month in rent for office space or whatever they want to call it inside of his dad's home, which is actually a bedroom. PolitiFact says that's false. And you would never know. You want to know the reason why they said it was false? The reason why, because they said the figure in question is $49,910. That's why it was false. Bitch, get your facts together. It wasn't a total of 50. It was 49. That's why you can't believe shit on these goddamn interwebs with these goddamn PolitiFacts and shit. And that's bullshit. And I appreciate you, Black Thoughts, with the $5 super chat, my brother. But that is insane how you see how they want to keep Biden in the clear of everything for no fucking reason. Dude, I mean, if you didn't claim that $50,000 a month, I mean, that's tax evasion right there. It's tax evasion. And it was unreported by the Bidens. So obviously you fucking lied on your taxes, which is also a fucking crime. Why is they not motherfucking taking this motherfucker in? Reverend Green, the Ukraine Nazis actually have compound and run a summer camp in upstate. Oh, I was really I don't know. But yeah, this is insane to me that they that PolitiFact will say no, that was false because the fucking figure in question was wrong. But let's get back to this: how much money they done got from other countries, which is also
in your reports.
a crime. What
And
say?
the basic time frame here, this is off the laptop, is 2010 to 2020, maybe. I don't know, maybe it was 27, whatever. But that's the period that Joe Biden was in office. And you find you just mentioned 4 million in Russia, 5 million in the Ukraine, 31 million from China. So that's
Can I get
$40 million
$31 million?
in round numbers. And the only hard numbers we find, $4,300 for contracting and construction in the house. Mortgages were paid. I don't know how much. Phone bills were paid. So it's like, what happened to the other $39.9 million? And I can't help but think of Bobulinski, that the big guy had to get 10%. I mean, Peter, something, show me the money.
Which was said during before the 2020 election. But no one believed him. He should sue for defamation. Tom, you be catching on to stuff and researching while I just know they full of shit and vote red till I'm dead. That's a fact. That's a fact. Oh my goodness. Vote red till I'm dead. Yeah. It probably is a slogan somewhere. No, but I don't know if y'all remember Bobulinski. Who came up there and said the big guy was Joe Biden, how many meetings he had with Joe Biden and Hunter Biden together. I lived in the town, a Ukrainian camp was in upstate New York. Oh, I lived in the town that the Ukrainian camp was in upstate New York. We all know Ukraine's full of Nazis, man. There's nothing wrong with that. Nazi it up, man. That's what they're gonna do. But let's continue.
I know it has to be subpoenaed. Maybe we're going to need a special counsel for that when the Republicans win
No more
Congress.
special
But
counsels.
there's something very
No more special
suspicious
counsels. Jesus
and
Christ. It
phony
takes them 3
about
years to do
this.
any fucking
And I'm
thing.
even asking, I'll ask you, but I know it's impossible, I think. Is Biden Jr. completely divested of that China investment fund? And is Biden Sr. completely divested? Or is he still receiving money, still receiving dividends, royalties, Lord knows what?
Yeah, we don't ultimately know. What we do know, Larry, is the Biden family received a $5 million loan from a Chinese businessman.
Wow.
It was a interest-free, forgivable loan.
Don't forget about the $50,000 diamond.
It's really impossible to know. That's part of the problem here.
What up, Gilda
So you've got to
Kwan?
subpoena these records and emails, including if there's a new laptop.
Wait a
right?
minute.
I mean, that's
Wait
what
a
has to
minute.
happen.
Wait a minute.
Conservatives should
wait,
just
wait.
focus
exactly.
Gotta pause you. What? Hold on, Gilda Kwan. Now we talking. Republicans are just as worse when it comes to China, Mo. Okay, explain yourself, Gilda Kwan. Mo's just anybody, or I guess any black person. I don't know. Gilda Kwan's a blackity black. What's going on, Gilda Kwan? How you doing, man? If you want to come up and state your case, come on up, man. It's an open panel right now. Come on up. I want someone to talk to anyway. Since you think Republicans are just as worse when it comes to China, yeah. It just seems like most of the leftist businesses, leftist Democrats, I ain't gonna say Republicans are not there, but they are. I just see more leftist leaning motherfuckers. What up, Schmitty? How you doing, my guy?
Oh man, what's going on, T?
Man,
Bro.
chilling. Just going over some bullshit before I get into some of these conspiracy theories.
What's up, Kai? All right, no. I literally just turned on, so play the video. I'm gonna shut up, and then I'll go ahead and y'all can get back to me.
Mm-hmm.
Respect.
Black Thoughts was says another Democrat that has to compare when Dems fell. I agree.
Yeah, and remember, we've got this grand jury in Delaware. I think one of the reasons that the Biden team cooperated with the New York Times in their recent piece about the grand jury is They're quite concerned that Hunter Biden is going to be indicted.
All right, Gilda Quan, what is going on, my good sir?
What's
How
good,
are you?
Mo? I'm chilling, man.
Explain your comment, man.
So look, here's my thing, and by no means I don't fuck with Joe Biden at all. Like,
Oh, now you don't. Now
nah,
you
what
don't.
you mean? I never mess with Joe Biden. I never mess with Joe Biden, man. That
Uh-huh.
man is a career. Like, he wake up and say the word nigga 3 times before he start his day.
Man, you saying that now, man. Y'all seen you in DC dancing on top of cars, nigga, with the rest of the jigaboos.
That ain't
I
me.
remember.
I don't do all of that.
He out here with us? What? Who? What?
I don't
What?
do all of that, man. I wasn't with the when they painted the street Black Lives Matter. I wasn't with none of that.
I'm about to say, if you did, nigga, we don't claim you.
I don't do none
I
of that, Mo.
seen you, nigga. Let me find a video of this nigga.
Don't do that, man. I wasn't listen. I wasn't messing with none of that because I know what's up. Like, we couldn't have did none of that January 6th shit.
What do you mean? January 6th wasn't nothing, man.
With nobody in DC couldn't do that. We couldn't do none of that. They
Actually,
clutched their
y'all-
guns when we crossed
Wait,
the
hold
street.
on. Wait a minute. Now,
Listen,
wait a minute.
If
Nah,
you from
nah,
DC,
hold on.
if you
Wait,
walk
wait,
across the
wait.
street,
Okay,
they clutching their guns.
I hear you.
Yeah, I'm about
right?
to check his DC card, but go ahead though, bro.
I hear you, but right, you know
No,
when they burn,
I'm really
when
from
they-
that. I'm
when-
from MLK, Slim.
when they burn.
Oh, okay,
down-
okay. Hold on. Southeast.
Southwest. So over by South Capitol Street.
Nigga, we okay. All right. You so, you know
All right.
why I'm doing that.
All
You
right,
know
here we
why
go.
I'm doing that.
Here we go. When they burned down that church, right?
Respect though, respect.
That's right across the street, right? It was right across the street where they
Yeah.
said, "Oh, they were shooting bean bags at us and rubber bullets at us. They hit us in the face with rubber bullets." Do you not remember that was during a protest? That was
Listen.
that was a Black Lives Matter protest. So we
Listen,
can't say.
I'm not speaking on BLM.
You said no one from DC would do that. There were niggas out there from DC out there protesting during Black Lives Matter when they was painting the streets black and everything blackity black was over there and there was crime. Matter of fact, I think they got a settlement for getting shot in the face with a motherfucking rubber bullet.
Listen,
Whole
I
bunch
don't,
of
I
them.
don't know.
When
that.
y'all get done, I want to comment on that. Go ahead. When y'all done.
Go ahead.
I don't know
So,
them. But all I'm
you may not know them, but what I'm saying is it happened that you can't say one was worse than, well, you can't say that black people couldn't do that or white people couldn't do that because it was done by both sides. Niggas and crackers, Mexicans and Asians, all alike were in both fucking parties that were doing destructive shit during that day, if you want to call it, whether it's January 6th or the day that they burned down the church that's right across the street from the Capitol.
Well, all I can say is this: in my history
Oh,
of
your
going
history.
downtown
Okay.
to the Capitol building, for one, they barricaded for a minute, and
Mm.
before they barricaded it, when you would walk past it as a
Oh,
DC
shit.
president, they was clutching their AK-47s. If
They
you
don't have
slid
AK-47s, but okay.
whatever them guns were, they look like
No,
AK-47.
they don't. They don't even closely remember AK-47.
They look like it.
Okay.
They was
y'all-
clutching them whenever one of us was getting too close to that Capitol building.
What is this one of us? I don't
Huh?
understand what this one of us means.
What you mean, one of us?
Yeah, what does one
A
of us
DC
mean?
resident, one of
Oh,
us.
okay, a DC resident. Okay.
If-
So
if
they-
we
so
look
they
like
can
we
tell
from.
They
See,
can tell
see, that's why I want to.
They can
Can I
tell the
hop in
difference
real
between-
quick?
If
Go
we
ahead.
look like we was from Southeast or
Nah.
somewhere, they was clutching their
Nah.
AKs
Nah,
and looking like,
bruh.
wait,
Nah,
you
bruh.
ain't supposed to be up here.
Oh, you are
Nah,
full of
bruh.
shit. Matter of fact,
Look.
let me go ahead. Y'all do what y'all do. Give me a second. I'll be back. Y'all go ahead. Keep going.
Real quick. No. I just. All right. So look, Brody, what you gotta understand, right? As of course someone who was born out here. All right, born GW Hospital, Northwest Uptown. All right.
Okay, you uptown. That's what's up.
Come on now. You already know. So look, right? Like what it is that what I've noticed is you have to recognize we do know that DC has been gentrified.
Oh yeah,
See,
yeah.
there are a lot of pilgrims. Okay, the Native Americans of DC are very much so dwindled down. See, most people who were born in DC and everything else from the city, We out in the burbs. We out in PG, MoCo. We move to wherever else, or even out the state. VA. Some go over to VA, right?
I mean,
We know this. We know this. But the thing is that a lot of shit that we see going on in DC, when you say no one from DC would do that, I do agree with you that to a degree, because everywhere got somebody that to do something. But what I'm saying is that out here, you got to understand, nowadays, DC is like almost like, bro, when you look at license plates, you know, back in the day, we used to only see, like, you ride through DC, the only license plates you'll see is Maryland, DC, VA. You might see a couple Phillies, but damn sure you're going to see New York.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about if you're really from here.
Oh, yeah.
So nowadays, if you ride through DC, you see everything from Arkansas, Idaho, Ohio, Cincinnati, you know, everywhere. So when we see a lot of shit happening in DC, to say somebody from DC wouldn't do that, bruh, most people here aren't even from here. Most people here now are effing pilgrims. They're pilgrims.
Can I stop you right there?
Go ahead. No, I digress. My mic is muted.
Okay, no one is supposed to be from DC. It's not supposed to be a residence for any of you niggas. It's supposed to be only for the Capitol and the motherfucking White House. And the motherfucking everywhere else that, I mean, the government's supposed to be there.
Hey, Uncle
Not
Tom,
none
go
of you
ahead,
niggas.
Mo.
But here we go. Hold on. Let me play
like,
this. No, wait. Let me play this for you niggas who wanted me to forget that this shit
across the
happened.
nation. Tonight in Washington, police cleared a park of peaceful protesters by using tear gas and rubber bullets so President Trump could walk through.
Yeah.
CBS 2's Alice Gainer.
Now are you recollecting to your brain? Remember they said, oh, he wanted to hold up his Bible's upside down. You remember that time? I remember that. I remember the time. I'm like Michael Jackson, goddammit. I remember the time, okay?
Oh, when we hold the Bible, do you remember the time when we first gassed him, girl?
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, these niggas was doing it.
The 7 p.m. curfew in Washington, D.C.,
flashbangs
and tear gas were used to disperse protesters in Lafayette Park. Across the street.
Hey, hold on. Tom. Wait. Hey, Tom.
Huh?
But it's all white people.
Exactly. I don't see nobody.
Hands up, don't shoot. It's all white people.
Wait a minute.
This is crazy.
Smitty, can I say something to you?
It's like, bruh, go ahead.
This is what I'm going to tell you. Black people don't do shit without white people saying it's okay.
And that's what's sad. I do
Big
agree.
facts.
Sir. No. I agree. No, I'm with you. I peep it too. I see it too, bro. And it's sad. I don't like admitting it, but it's true. Go ahead, Black Thoughts.
Especially
RZA.
Especially those ones that claim we's Democrats and we's blacks. They don't move unless a liberal say move, boy. Once a liberal say move, they be like, yes, sir, massa. They be up out of there.
A white liberal, specifically.
That's what he's saying.
Okay, bet.
They be like, yes, sir, massa. We's up out of here.
Yeah, I'm telling you, right? Because once it got dark, it was niggerdom. During the daytime, it was crackety crack. You got your little salt and pepper every now and again. But
let me ask y'all this. Can I ask you this question real quick? I mean, because you know what? I've been having one about this. So, like, with all of this stuff right here, and from what I was hearing, y'all can give me, I know y'all can give me the good scoop on it. The whole Antifa thing. Is it really true that really is a bunch of people that don't even be from there, that go places, starting trouble, and then make it seem like the people from there that do that shit? Or is that just a myth?
No,
that's true, buddy.
That is a real thing?
It'd be a whole bunch of people that ain't from there. But I want to ask Gilded Quan a question, right? Gilded Quan, you say we couldn't do this on January 6th, right? Here's the thing. The American people, be them black or white, they had an issue with their government, and where did they take their issue?
They took it inside the Capitol.
When black people got an issue with the government, where do they take their issues?
We take it out on each other. I ain't gonna
So hold on. You got a problem. You got a problem with January 6th, but they didn't go and burn their own neighborhoods down. They took it to the people that were screwing them over. Black folks, with the help of white liberals, I'm not going to leave those degenerates out. with the help of excuse me, not with the help, with the
Permission slip.
with the permission of white liberals, they burn their own neighborhoods down. So I don't understand what your problem is and what your argument is, because they took it to their government because that's who's screwing them. And we take it to our own neighborhoods. Well, not we, because I separate myself from those degenerates. They take it to their own
you
neighborhoods.
still a part of us, nigga.
Nah,
No, I'm not. I'm nothing like
nigga.
y'all. Sorry. Leave me out of that.
Hell no. Leave me out of that shit too, because you'll never catch me protesting, nigga. I'm sorry.
Right? Those folks take it to their own neighborhoods, run their own grocery stores, and do their own selves a disservice. What about that? What about that is something that you can stand with and be proud of?
They need reparations, sir. That's why they're robbing the stores.
No, so look, can I respond?
Uncle Tom, you trolling. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Look, my point that I was making when I said that was the fact that even when black people from a certain part of that town goes downtown, you're looked at a certain way, you're treated a certain way. You almost treated as if you don't belong in that specific area. So
when black people go down to DC,
go down.
Can I?
No, hold on. No, Smitty, hold on.
I want to respond to that shit.
Gilded Quan, you realize that's your mental messing with you. Hold on, listen, let me tell you. I've been down there constantly. If you're not a degenerate black, nobody bats an eye about you going down there to spend money, because most people are going places to spend money. Let's be real. If you're going down there to spend money and you're not being a degenerate, no one's paying attention to you. Now, I will give you this. I will partially say you're right, because that is a white liberal town, and the white liberal racist looks at every black person as a degenerate. So I will give you that. But for the most part, if you're just going down there, you look presentable, you talk presentable, you're acting presentable, you're just getting along in society, no one bats an eye.
Can I say something to that briefly? I just want to say Black Thoughts. Definitely salute to that, bro. I ain't gonna lie. I was trying to say it, but for the most part, you took the words out of my mouth, because I was going to ask my brother. What I've noticed is that us as blacks, we will continuously only talk about what's taking place, but we will never address why what's taking place is taking place. So just like how my man RZA said, he's like, look, if you come down there, you spend the money, you're not acting a certain way. So my thing that I'm basically asking you is, would you honestly say that we always, everywhere we go, we conduct ourselves right? We don't start fights. We don't do ratchet shit. We don't try to live out love and hip hop episodes that we so fascinated with trying to be the characters on. Like, let's just be for real with it, man. Like, all the way, keep it a buck. The fact is that because I myself have noticed that. See, I've been on both sides of the field on that. I can really speak on that thoroughly, licensed. I've been on that hood street shit, and I know what it's like when I go in certain places and they look at me certain ways, because I know I conduct myself a certain way. And I've recognized how I've changed how I shift I've shifted how I move. I don't get the same looks. Every once in a while, I may get a quick, but it's not what it used to be to any form of fashion. And it has everything to do with how I move, not what I say.
I mean,
I digress. My mic is.
But to your actual words, not like how it used to be. That means that in saying that, then there was a time throughout history where that was the case, regardless of.
No, there was a time in my life, in my history, when I was moving a certain way, so I got a certain result. And then now there is a time in my life right now, currently, that I'm moving a certain way and I get certain results, and I don't get the results I used to get.
Okay, and
Hey,
you
hold on.
can admit that
Wait. Hold on.
you
White
can
lady
admit
wants to
that
get in.
that took a period of
Hey,
time. My
hey,
thing
Quan,
is
are
that a
you
lot of
talking?
times we're not given the grace to even get to that
I
point,
hear you.
because as soon as we get seen a certain way, it's like, oh, throw that nigga in the garbage, this, that, and the third.
Quan,
We don't
that's
give ourselves the chance. We ruin our opportunities before it even presents itself by the way we conduct ourselves. Everything we show people on social media, every time we get out there and showing the fuck shit that we do. We present ourselves a certain way, and then we want to be confused. How do you keep looking at me like a goblin, but yet online I dress as one and I act and I cosplay as a goblin online? But now when I get treated as one in real life, I'm like so confused. I don't get that part about us. Again, see, listen, prevention is better than the cure. We keep
Okay.
on trying to talk about what the disease is and what's wrong. Why don't niggas ever think about how to not have it happen in the place?
Okay, hold on. Quan, were you talking about in general? Like it's like that for you in general down there, or were you talking about specifically around that date?
I mean, I'm saying throughout all of my life,
Uh-huh.
when you go downtown and you
Are you
behave
30,
a
like
certain
over
way,
30?
you look
under
a
30?
certain way, you get treated as such regardless. And what I'm saying is that due to that, we don't typically go down, like groups of black people will cause a scene regardless as if they're just walking down the street or if they're just hanging out. You know, it gets treated a certain way when you move a particular way, regardless of what you're doing if you're downtown. And it's been like
Yeah.
that for years.
I think that, do you think that's anywhere?
Huh?
Like I'm thinking through, I think my volume is low.
No, you good.
I think it's like that a lot of places though. I mean, I'm thinking through all the places we've lived, and now we're in Florida. Like we don't go near, say, Orlando. The worst crime in the entire state. Horrid on a daily basis is weirdly around where Disney and everything is. So downtown. Horrid. But the reason I asked you that is because I actually have a friend that was there. And she was live a lot the whole time she was there. And the conglomeration of people that you saw was crazy because it was everybody. It was every race, every nationality. It was crazy to see someone I've known for a very long time standing there, and the amount of people that were out there and all different races. But it was crazy because what you see on TV or whatever is completely different from what we saw live day after day. Like just calm, chilling, everybody talking to each other. I don't know what, she didn't go inside, but like literally right outside there. So I have to leave. So I just wanted to clarify that real quick because I'm like, okay, I think I know where he's going. And on this channel, I don't know if you've ever been over here, but if you want,
I know what pretty much this is. So
we gonna get the boys from work.
I mean,
I wanted you. Yes, I just wanted you to know that. Just if people are talking, look, just be like, hey, just say something. You have to just kind of. I think you're trying to be respectful and polite, and that's awesome. But Uncle Tom tends to, just kind of keep talking.
Oh no, I'm with Uncle Tom. I know, Uncle
and he's got
Tom
his
from
enforcer,
Fight Club and
Black Thoughts, so
chaotic panel. Like I'm gonna always stand on whatever point I make.
No, I'm glad you came because that's exactly what he wants is someone to stand on what they truly think, not just words, but what you truly think and how you truly feel. That's awesome, and that's exactly what he likes is to have an actual conversation.
Yeah, because
not just bullshit,
Because here's.
But can I say something real quick? I rock with Gilded.
No,
no. I rock with Gilded. I've always rocked with him.
I know.
Go ahead. My bad.
Yeah. I've always rocked with Gilded. Like we might have different opinions, but like I like Gilded. Always have, always will.
Yeah.
I'm actually happy he came up.
Yeah, me too. I'm glad because it's a grown-up perspective. Hey, wait. You're muted.
Oh.
Bob with a $5 super chat. You DC ninjas. What? See, you got me.
Walk a certain way.
I don't say words like that.
Okay,
saying, like,
you
okay.
DC ninjas walk a certain way. Us Maryland people know how to look normal. That's a
Maryland, though,
and it's like
Maryland.
because here's ultimately what I'm getting at. Like, we get on panels and we able to talk like in retrospect of having all of this experience,
Bob,
having all of these things, and it's like
it's different.
If we have young people who don't know what they don't know, what they don't know, and they're just walking downtown, being young people, are we really saying that these young people who do not necessarily have a lot of the experience or a lot of the things that we all have, are we really holding them to the standard of you need to be X, Y, and Z at 13, 14, and 15?
Well,
no, but I think, right? So I think, see, there's a lot of layers to that. There's not a simple answer.
No,
right?
not.
I can't.
Because like I get it on the aspect of okay, us as but typically when I speak, I'm not just speaking for me, I'm speaking for me and people that are younger than me who might not always be getting the best of what they should be getting. And it's like if we can give ourselves grace in those times where we fucked up as youth, then I think we shouldn't talk as if we were not ever them at one point.
Oh,
like
no,
we
I agree with that.
Like we just walked this perfect path, or we never got ourselves in situations where we needed grace to the point where we grow up and now all of a sudden we could be holier than thou and talking down and pretending as if that wasn't us that acted an ass in public and could have got thrown in prison, or could have had an older person saying lock that dude up for being a a-hole when all you needed was just a talking to or some great understanding.
So I agree with you, Gilded. Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
I don't agree because
you think every time
how much grace do you need to give a motherfucker?
No, but I'm saying, Uncle Tom, so you think every time you did something that could have potentially ruined your life, and don't fake, everybody's done something that could have landed them in some deep stuff.
Sure.
You think you deserve the maximum punishment for it?
But
I don't think they get the maximum. I know they don't get the maximum punishment.
No, but I'm just saying, do you think you should have gotten 100% of what you deserved?
If I got caught,
in situations where you were given grace.
If I got caught, yeah.
You really so in those chances where you got grace, you think in retrospect you should have gotten caught and served the maximum punishment you could have served for it.
Here's the problem with what you're saying, right? I didn't make a lot of bad decisions.
Oh, come on, Uncle Tom.
I'm being
don't be
dead
that guy.
Wait. I'm being dead ass serious with you.
Don't be that guy. Everybody has done something.
I'm not saying I've never done nothing, right? I'm saying I didn't make a lot of bad decisions because most of my decisions were made for me. You know what I'm saying? To a certain degree.
I can respect that. But that's not everybody's life, Uncle Tom.
Yeah, because
here's
what I'm saying. My dad would have beat the dog shit out of me even after I was 18.
Yeah, but Uncle Tom, it's people that they know for a fact God has rescued them from some stuff.
Sure,
and we get on these panels and cap as if they never receive any kind of grace, and they can just get up here and judge people that they know for a fact would have been them had they not gotten any kind of grace.
So can I ask you?
Go ahead.
Sorry, Uncle Tom. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
No. Go.
So, Gilda, let me ask you a question. Do you feel like, well, I got a couple questions. Do you feel like that's what we are up here doing?
I'm not necessarily saying that, but I know for me, as a person who has received grace, I always want to make sure that I speak from a space, knowing that in that same situation that some people are in, they don't necessarily get the grace that I was given when I did similar things.
Okay.
So I'm not going to be this holier than thou character on the internet, knowing damn well that in those specific situations where I was a young person that did similar things, I received grace and they didn't. Or they're
Okay.
not.
Hey, can I respond to that?
Hold on. No,
All right,
Smitty. Hold on, please.
after you thoughts.
Please.
Okay, after you. Please go ahead. After you.
So Gilded, right?
Mhm.
I understand what you're saying. Let me ask you this, right? How many? So you're around our age, right? Because I've heard you speak. I've been on panels with you for probably 2 years now.
Yeah.
Um,
Not 2 years. It's been like a year.
So here's the thing I'm gonna say. How many times have you watched videos of young black males and females and been like, did the double take? Remember the cartoons where they do the double take and the noise come on and they look? How many times have you had to do that?
A lot more than I would like.
Okay, so I can concede the point that yes, we did stuff we've been saved from, we've been given grace, and I give grace as well. I might seem harsh, but I give grace as well, because if you ever go look back, I make excuses for a lot of things that listen, I make excuses. Yo, I can tell you've been on the beach. I make excuses for some things, right? But here's the thing. We have to understand that it's a different time. And that's where I think we get it mixed up, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think that we want to give grace. And yes, again, I give grace. I know I seem harsh at times. Listen, I know it. But these young kids is very different because their parents aren't raising them anymore. You and I and Uncle Tom and everyone up here on this panel right now, we all grew up where there was someone to put a foot in your ass.
Mm-hmm.
That's not happening anymore. And what we have now is children that have grown up doing little things right when they were young, because remember, we was curbed. We were curbed when we were young.
Mm-hmm.
What you're seeing now is a generation of people who, when they were young, their parents ran up and blamed everyone else.
Mm-hmm.
And so now by the time they're 16, 17, 18, it's hard to give grace because they're so out of control. Because their parents didn't curb anything. And so that's why it seems like we're not giving any grace, but we are, but to a certain extent, they are out of control.
Can I be honest?
Go ahead.
And I'm gonna just say it from my perspective of being from DC, being from the South Side, Southwest. It's always been that. I think what's changed is that we can videotape it.
Wait, no. I am
always
not
been out of control.
No.
Where I'm from,
I still want to respond.
No.
respond.
All right, we got you.
You will, but hold on, Gilded. No. I gotta disagree with you on that one. It was not always like that. Absolutely not.
I can only speak for my 34 years living on MLK. It was always this. It was always this.
Okay, I'm gonna pause right there. Let me get the super chats real quick.
Go ahead.
Bob with the $5 super chat said, Gilded, all we did is speed and not carry guns or sell drugs. That's kind of true.
Yeah.
That's why I said kind of true. Bob with the $2 black said black thoughts, well said, and that was it. Go ahead, Gilded. Finish what you gotta say, and then we gotta get in Smitty.
What I would say is that the chaos in the community has always been and I'm only speaking for my 34 years.
Mm-hmm.
I can't speak for what happened before me, because I can from just reading about it, but I didn't experience it.
Mm-hmm.
All I'm saying is from 1988 to 2003, it's always been chaotic. The only change is that now we have cell phone devices that can capture it and share it to the millions of people. But it's always been chaos.
No, Gilded. No, Gilded.
It's always been.
You're trying to lay it at the lap of the cell phone, and that's not acceptable. And I'll rock with you, but I'm not going to let you get away with that. I gotta push back.
I'm saying, so the violence wasn't always prevalent. Because I can speak just from
there's violence everywhere, Gilded. There's violence. Hold on. There's violence everywhere, Gilded. But I remember growing up. See, I remember being the last generation of community. I am, and see, now that you told your age, I understand that maybe I was on the end of the community trail, and so that's why you saw the complete chaos. But I gotta push back. It wasn't always like that. I can tell you for a fact, right? Because
I mean, you could be
right. Hold on. Let's mitigate in here real quick.
Go ahead.
Respectfully. All right. So look, Black Thoughts, I love you, bruh. But you are 1,000% wrong. Listen, for the longest time, DC, and it's on record, bro, we was murder capital. During those Rayful Edmond days and everything else, sir, we were known for the shits. Or we was on the shits. I promise you. That's not true, sir. No. Pockets of DC, when you talking about Clay Terrace, Benning Courts, when you talking about Simple City, I mean, bruh, the list goes on, bruh. The list goes on. Nelly Hellenbarrel, I mean, nah. We were like hood central. I'm gonna tell you right now. Before I was talking about O Block, now I will say this to my Southwest brother. You know what I'm saying, out there where the Nat Stadium is. But nah, look, right. Respect. I know where you at. So it's like we have been known for like a lot of stuff, but it really wasn't recorded. It's a lot of things. And, we come from the day of like real G's, real gangsters. They didn't even want to be on camera. You couldn't get a picture with them. Like they would turn it like you had dudes that would get really angry with you. When you pull the camera out and try to, or your phone out, when the flip phones or whatever started first, and you try to take a picture, dudes didn't even want to be in a picture because they knew how heavy they were out this, So that part, nah. Now let me land it. I wanted to address both and then just shut up, and I'm gonna let y'all rock out again because I shut up for more time. And as to what you were saying, my Southwest brother, right? When you said they gave me grace and mercy and everything, no, sir. The fact is that all that grace and mercy at this point is the reason why things are as far gone as they are. Now, I do agree with my man Rizzo on that part, brother. Like, you gotta understand something. Listen, I was heavy out there on them streets. I've been out there on Clay, been uptown, George Ave, Petworth, all of that.
Oh yeah, I'm
sure. Now, I have like when I say I was doing that for a while, I really have. Not to go deep into that, to land it, I'm saying what really kept me in order and what I believe is a contributing factor as to why I'm here is because the effery that I was doing out there, it was never really accepted. I always had to kind of stay in the shadows and the underground with it. It never was really like praised, even from the ones who put me on, because they knew this is not something to be praised. So when you say they gave you grace, nah, man, I had real OGs that dug in my shit. Like they real deal dug in my shit. Like it was real rules and regulations to this whole street stuff. And a lot of this has been lost. So not to get too far on to that, I'm landing it right here to digress my mic and y'all rock out. When you say they gave you grace and mercy, I would say that's the worst thing, because these streets, when it comes to the opposition or anything else, when it comes to the law, you will never get grace and mercy. So those who are teaching you or raising you in these streets, if you want to say, they should remind you that's not a part of the rules and the regulations and the game it is. No. You don't get no mercy when you in front of that judge. You don't get no mercy when that opposition want to go ahead and gun you down just because of a certain finger motion or a certain color of a shirt. There is no mercy. So on that part, I would definitely respectfully disagree. No, you're supposed to dig in their ass, because the fact is it's a jungle. And if you don't operate in the court and, move a certain way, you will be swallowed by the very jungle that you're trying to be in. I digress. My mic is muted.
All right, so I got two things. Two thing is, y'all niggas just show that city life sucks. And y'all ain't shit. Like I said, niggas, stay away from cities, because cities ain't good for you. It ain't the best for you. You live your best life out in the suburbs or even in the rural areas. I'm telling you that right now. You ain't got to worry about the bullshit that's what's going on in these cities. If you have a whole bunch of niggas and white folks stacked up on top of each other, it brings animosity and anger. I don't give a fuck who you are. Motherfuckers get tired of being close to people. It's a fact, a known fact. It's been studied. It's not good for people. But black people try to stay there all the times. I didn't grow up like you niggas did, right? So I didn't have to make those decisions that y'all had to make. Most of my decisions were made because I was fucking bored. To be honest with you, I was bored. I didn't have nothing to do. And that's a good thing to have, When you're bored and you need to find something to do, you'll find something to do. I mean, that's how I got so competitive at everything, was because I was so bored. But niggas love to stay in the cities. And I'm not saying y'all as kids, but your parents love to stay in the city because they want to have something to do. They want to be in walking distance of the nightlife and all that extra bullshit. That's what gets y'all caught up on this shit. And again, I say it again. DC was not made for niggas or people to live in. It's not.
Wonderful conversation, all. Wonderful conversation.
Go ahead, Black.
I'll just say that as is my right, I don't have to give anybody grace for anything.
I damn sure ain't.
And you made a great point, Uncle Tom. You said you were the type of person who made sound decisions as you were growing older. It doesn't mean you were perfect. And it doesn't mean that you didn't make poor decisions as you were growing, but they were never the decisions that ended you up in the clink or that had you have multiple run-ins with police forces, etc. Yes, all of us at some point in time have received grace from, whoever the authority figure was, whether it was your principal, whether it was your family, your pastor, or whoever you regard as an authority figure in your life. You've received some sort of grace. But I read something in the comment section, your 16th burglary does not deserve grace.
Okay.
Okay.
This is your 15th, 14th, 13th, 12th.
Okay. You at some point in time, you're going to have to learn. At some point in time, you're going to have to pay for what you've done. And as is my privilege, if I've survived something without being hemmed up for it, and I've learned from what I've done, then it's my privilege and my responsibility to hold you harshly to the truth. You don't get grace because you think you deserve it. Grace is given. That's the main thing. It's given. It isn't. It is not a right of yours. You don't have the right. It's given when people decide that you deserve it, but you don't deserve it just by simply living. And that's what we're dealing with now. Like with the new mayor of Chicago. who says at every turn, the children, not the children, but these young nigglets who are out here harming people, robbing, pillaging, and stealing, and
just need a job,
robbing, saying they're bored. They're bored. They need grease. They're bored. Is what those are liberal leftist talking points. As the city burns and he sits in the lap of luxury, and his constituency sits in the lap of luxury.
One second before you go. Bob with the $2 super chat says Berry Farms. I don't know what that means, but it's probably something to do with Maryland. But also, this Memorial Day weekend, 43 people shot, 9 people dead in Chicago.
50 people shot, 10
50?
people dead.
Okay, I'm sorry, but 10. Well,
50 and it's going to get worse. It's going to be. Listen, people forget, or they may not know. I grew up squarely in the inner city of Chicago, South Side, in Englewood, which is a hellhole. Look it up. Roseland, which is a hellhole. Look it up. Chatham, which is a hellhole. Look it motherfucking up. Terror Town, which is a hellhole. Look it up. I grew up squarely in those spaces, all over those places. They all suck. Okay, and during this time, the summertime, there's a reason why Chicago becomes a cesspool and becomes a killing field in the summertime, because these nigglets get out of the cold. They've been hibernating, halfway hibernating anyway, and they're ready to kill. That's just what it is. It's crazy. It's the time to kill. It's ridiculous. Yes, he deserved to die, and I hope he burns it. And I was playing. But yes, Chicago is a cesspool, but it's by design.
But Black, that goes to my statement saying the cities are not for you, right? Not once did I have to look over my shoulder and think some crazy ass white folks person looking at me. Of course, I'm from Oklahoma, but
that's true.
Again, that's why I say you can go a lot of places and live within your means and still be able to be able to live a good life without the bullshit. Even it can be a small major city, a smaller major city. And you still be good and don't have to look over your shoulder. Not one time I had to look over my shoulder for a cop. I'm just going to be honest with you. Never.
Hey, can I ask you a question?
I would like to present a question.
Yeah, go ahead, Smitty. Yep.
Yeah. I want to ask you a question, brother, because I know you got a good answer for me, bro. And salute, man.
Sure,
salute.
Yes,
all day. Do you think possibly, because from my observation, I believe that Chicago, in some form or fashion, let's just call it the powers that be, just to keep it simple.
Yep.
The powers that be have chosen to use Chicago as an experiment.
I agree.
To see how far can we get these Negroes to go. And because I can't help but to notice, and I'm gonna land it, I'm gonna let you rock out. I'm not gonna be long. I can't help but to notice how, man, when I ask somebody who's from the streets and lived that life at one point in time, and I recognize how, no, if you did that, hold on, wait a minute. He said what online? And they're still free? Do you see what I'm saying? Like, I'm just sitting here like, hold on. How are these niggas able, how are these dudes able to do all that they do and just continuously not be locked up? They actually wait for them just to die. Is it possible that Chicago has been used as an experiment from the government to exploit truly the effery of the black community?
It's so since the 50s.
My man.
Go ahead.
I'm done. I digress. My mic is muted.
Since the 50s, the Department of the Army utilized Chicago, especially in the impoverished neighborhoods. And I'm not even talking about black neighborhoods. I'm talking about Italian, Polish, Irish neighborhoods. They used them as experimental grounds. They pumped what's that chemical? Is it DDT? Is it D? I can't remember what. Yes, they were pumping that into the air to see what it would do off of the top of tall buildings. They were surveilling all these areas. It's so funny that you mentioned this. Yes, a lot of these places were used in Chicago were used as experiment grounds. Furthermore, Chicago in the 90s, there were pockets of violence.
Chicago is Area 51. Wow.
Well, I wouldn't say that, but let me continue. Let me continue. Chicago in the 80s and 90s, especially, had cesspool pockets. Ida B. Wells, Cabrini Green, a couple other projects that elude my mind right now that escape me. You knew not to go over there because you were apt to get murdered. You would get killed, unless you knew somebody over there. And even then, it wasn't. You didn't have. It wasn't a guarantee that your life would be spared. Point that I'm making is that you knew where all the violence was, and police did their job and kept it there. When the city decided to destroy all the projects, finally, first they decided to get rid of the police departments that specifically patrol them. They used to have a separate police force in name also that patrolled all those projects. And then they got rid of them in the mid 90s. They fired all of them. They didn't even allow them to go to Chicago Police Force. And then in the 2000s, they got rid of those buildings because it was prime real estate and they wanted to gentrify the area, and they did. But it doesn't matter. But anyway, all those people and all their families and all those degenerates spread out through the city like freaking spiders, man, and laid eggs and created more nigglets and went and also into the surrounding suburbs. And now there's no central location. They are everywhere. Period. And that's what's going on in Chicago.
So I want to ask a question.
Wait. Lastly, I just want to say lastly, now they're in the final phase, which is let these niggas kill each other to death so that we can start the largest golf course that runs from the north side of Chicago all the way into Indiana, because that's what's happening now. All right, I'm done.
Wow.
I want to ask this as soon as Uncle Tom reads the super chat.
All right, so Bob with the $20 super chat. And thank you for sponsoring the show, because to be honest with you the one over here donating the most cash.
You're coming in clutch, Bob. Thank you, sir.
You are sponsors of the show. You're already put probably about $30 into this. And thank you for that, brother. Not too many people do that, but hey, you took it among yourself to.
We were opining about
bro, Bob is my man. Bob is the man.
Yeah, let's
all right, Smitty, hit the super chat, baby. Hit the super chat.
I don't think it's an experiment. I think it's a simple fact that poor blacks have no political power beyond an election. Bad choices compounded in a community is more plausible than active meddling by the government. No, there was active meddling.
I don't know.
Go ahead, Black Thoughts. I got something to say after you, bro.
Hold on. I want to ask a question, and I want everyone on the panel to please answer it without a soliloquy.
So that means just a yes or no, no context. Got you.
Cool.
Okay.
No, you can. I mean, okay, no context.
I can ask.
The question is, the question though needs context, so I'm gonna say that. What is it? What is it? Right? When does grace stop? Because we were talking about giving grace. Mm-hmm. And the question I have to ask is maybe what age or at what point in your criminal life does grace stop? Right? And I'm going to go first in answering the question just because I asked it, if that's okay with the host.
Go ahead, brother.
So my answer to that question is, I think you have between 12 and 16 to get grace, right? After 16, 17, and you're a career criminal, grace is done for. And I would also say, right, that once you're on your second or third consecutive crime, grace is over because you know what you're doing.
That it?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'll go. I agree with you wholeheartedly with that. Matter of fact, I have the I have a TPO one to go over kind of the same thing. But no, I agree with you that Grace needs to. I think Grace after the fuck that. You don't need no grace, because the grace is you knew what you were doing before you did it. That's why I don't give grace to people who go to jail for selling drugs. You know the shit was illegal before you did it. That's why you try to do it in the thick of the night or under the disguise of not being caught. So do I give grace on that? You shouldn't need grace. Shouldn't need grace. You know what it is before you do it. So on that grace shit, because sometimes you can't give a victim a grace. You can't give victims a grace. Say you killed a person. How you give grace to a murderer? Can't.
I mean, but it deserves some type of, like, okay, what if, because I have a friend, right?
Mm-hmm.
He got in a crash unintendedly and it ended up murdering someone.
That's called an accident. That's something totally different. Unless he was doing
but does
something.
that not deserve grace? Even
But hold on, no,
different though.
No, Gilded. Yeah. No. Hold on, no. Gilded,
Yeah,
you're
that's
being
conflated.
disingenuous.
Yes, that's
you're being disingenuous talking about an accident.
Yes.
Come on now.
We're talking
Don't
about
do that to us,
wanton-
please, Gilded. Don't do that.
But no, we pretend
Hey, can I address that personally real quick, please? Can I address that personally?
Hold on,
Hey,
Smitty, let him
all right,
finish
go ahead.
though. But what I'm saying is, Gilded, don't do that, bro.
But we pretend as if every situation is just black and white, and there's no other context to a situation where it's like, okay, maybe in this context, grace.
But you know what context we're talking about, though.
You know, hey, nah. Hold on. Let him finish. I want to respond.
He did this. Give him the book, and it's like,
Gilded, man. You're not being genuine.
Black thoughts. Let him finish. I want to respond. Trust me. I got this.
Plenty of us.
Go ahead, bro.
In certain given situations where options are limited, where you have done things that you could have easily gotten caught into. Like, I can speak from my perspective. There were times where I didn't know that a friend was into stealing cars. I got into a car to go up the street. I got out of that car, got to my destination. They went the wrong turn, got pulled over. They ended up in jail on what do they call that? Where you steal a bunch of cars?
Car theft?
Well, it's a term for it. I forget what it's
grand
called.
larceny?
Something like that.
Okay.
But I had nothing to do with being in that car with them stealing cars. I didn't know any of that. I'm just getting in the car, going to a destination, getting dropped off. I got grace because that could have been me going to fucking jail for something I did not do or have anything to do with. So I say that to say there are easily situations where some of us have received that type of grace. And I think some of that should be considered when we start talking about who deserve to get the max punishment and who don't.
Okay, before you go on with that general statement right there, first off, was that one of your good friends?
Huh?
Was that one of your good friends?
I mean, you know, when you young,
hold on. Go ahead.
When you young, you know, you don't necessarily know.
Nigga, you know if a motherfucker stealing cars or not.
Nah, I'm telling you.
The motherfucker didn't have no job and he ended up getting the car. When did that shit happen?
No, but we were 9 and 10. We were
okay, well, that's okay. You talk about a 9, 10-year-old. Come on, man.
I'm just saying.
I hear you. Okay, I got you.
I'm just saying,
Can I address this, please?
Good people find themselves. There are situations where good people find themselves in situations.
Sure.
And all right. So let me respectfully.
Go ahead.
Let me holler at you, brother. And the only reason why I'm speaking about this again, which y'all already know my situation.
Yeah.
But I'm only speaking about this because, brother, it's really very much so in contrast on what you're saying. Listen, I get where you're coming from when it comes to granted grace and mercy you didn't know. You know what, bruh? I didn't know one day when I left my house I was going to walk out and be ran over by a train. You hear me?
Mhm.
I didn't know that. I couldn't see that coming anywhere in my life. I always thought of how would I perish from here, whether bad health, the streets, prison, whatever. Never in my wildest imaginations would I think I will be ran over by a train one day. Now, the one thing that I've always recognized throughout after the accident, like post accident, is this: the world still, even at this moment, does not owe you shit. So when you're talking about like this grace and mercy and stuff, bruh, I'm gonna tell you right now, as somebody who has lost limbs, I recognize how this world is exactly what it is. It's nature. And in nature, the fact is that you're not owed nothing in nature. You have to take what's available to you in nature. And if you don't, you will perish. Point blank, period. So when you're talking about grace, to land it, when you're talking about grace and all of this other stuff, no other place in life, even sectors of human, is grace and all of this like soft, because the thing is that it gets into a mindset of I am to like be able to be weak. And the fact is that no species, not a plant, not an organism, a fish, a micronism, nothing survives.
Yeah.
Microorganisms, you know what I'm saying? Microorganisms, my bad. Nothing survives without domination. And if you have that mind state, you will be devoured. Have to have a very much so dominant, I will conquer, I will go ahead type of mind state. And so with that, I just wanted to say that me and what I went through, and even right now, I don't see nobody like really patting me on the back. And the thing about it is that you have to understand that you're not owed that, to no degree. You're not owed that. I have an actual story that should be like headlines. You know who's out there? Bitches who put Gorilla Glue in their hair.
I can't.
Yo, hold on. Let me read.
My mic is muted.
Let me read these super
I
chats.
digress.
Let me read these. Hold on, before you go, let me get to the super chats real quick. We got Mayor with a $10 super chat, says justice to the victim before grace for a criminal. That is an absolute fact. Bob says a declining scale from 12 to 16. I don't
That's
get
a fact too.
No. He's talking about the age that I was like, when do we stop giving the grade?
Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, a fact.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Yeah, he's right.
Bob with a $5 super chat said gilded, talking about a young kid bullied into a car to that kid stopped by police and there is a legal gun. What do you do with that 12-year-old?
Tell him to make better damn decisions.
Well, hold on. Yeah, go ahead. There we go.
Okay.
LA Wolves.
LA with a $20 super chat said support the Beijing wearing dudes on the panel.
Yo, I didn't even get that. You know what?
Yeah,
Fuck
I got
this
it.
guy.
And that's why I told him, fuck you, LA.
But hold on. Let me sit. Go ahead. Sorry.
I brought it back to which one you want to talk to.
Oh, you read that. Okay, here's the thing, right, Gilded? You bringing up a 12-year-old in the car with a kid. That's not what we're talking about. See, you're bringing up you're bringing up the exception, not the rule. And that's a lot of what you pro-bliggity blacks do. But you know that that's not what we're talking about. and yet you bring that argument to make an argument that has nothing to do with what we're arguing.
Hold on. So we were,
and I hope I didn't confuse anyone by what I just said.
But what weren't we talking about? Grace, and
Right. But the whole point is that I don't think anyone on the panel is going to look at a 10-year-old kid, right, who has been proven to hop in the car that he didn't know was stolen and say, send him to the gulag.
You'll be surprised.
No, hold on. But again, but what percentage is that really, Gilded Quan? So again, your argument is disingenuous, and I'm not going to allow you to get away with that.
Okay, so I'm gonna tell you right now.
Talk on panels. Right. Okay. Everybody is guilty until proven otherwise. When it comes to the way we speak about youth,
to be honest with you, Gilded,
about youth, to
be honest with you,
there's nothing. Like, if you just so happen to be in a situation, don't nobody want to hear what you got to say. You were in a car, you was with people. They don't care about your situation.
Mm-hmm.
We just had somebody say he shouldn't have been in the damn car, and it's like that's
but you're still but it doesn't matter because you're still talking about the exception.
You really okay? I mean,
you're still talking about the exception.
I can accept that.
Here's what I'm going to say.
Exception.
Here's what I'm going to say
is that I've seen in my time a lot of people where that started off as the exception.
So what if
but
he was
you're arguing?
Hold on.
Sorry.
What if he was in a car with when 12 cars been goddamn carjacked? When does it stop then?
You say
before
what?
You think he's part of the clique that's stealing cars? 5-6 times that he's in the car with someone and he got caught stealing the car.
I'm saying if it's a repeat offender, of course.
Okay,
I'm
so
that's going to exercise the same.
And that's what we're talking about.
Okay,
nothing more than that.
If we gonna reduce it down to something as simple as somebody who just keeps fucking up, of course, yes, the grace is gone.
So but you're trying to reduce it down.
We're not reducing it. That's what's prevalent. Look at the
Kia
boys.
You're trying to reduce it down to the exception.
So
do you realize that when you talk about reducing down, you're trying to reduce it down to the exception?
No,
you're trying to take our entire argument and say, well, let's talk about the 1 out of 15 million.
Okay, and first off, a 10-year-old and a 12-year-old shouldn't be driving.
Hey, listen,
it's a stolen car. Then, if you 12 years old and they 12, you know they didn't buy the mother.
Hey, listen, you'll be surprised. That's all I say.
Now,
nobody's saying it. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Back to the thing.
I just can't let him get away with this, Uncle Tom. He can't get away with this. I'm sorry. He can't. We can't let him get away with it.
But we got okay. Go ahead, Black Guy.
No. Yo, Uncle Tom, I'm sorry, bro. I just don't want him. I don't want to move on and let him get away with that because that's not right. That has to be addressed.
So you think everybody is a repeat offender?
Wow. Listen to the narrative that you are spewing.
Because it's damn if I do, damn if I don't. If I give a situation and give the context, I'm talking about the minority.
Here's the problem.
If I say it's 100%,
here's the problem. Here's the problem all the way around.
What is the happy medium? Should I just not talk about people?
Here's the problem, right? We always say that, but we always know that there's a DA that will not take up the case. In most of these major cities, there's a woke DA that will not take these cases up no matter what. I mean, they said math is racist. They said English was racist. Going to school is racist.
That's crazy.
Lawrence, you ain't shit.
I don't agree with that. That's
but what I'm saying, you have a DA that will not. I mean, think about it. Look at Alvin. Was Alvin Briggs or Briggs? Where the fuck is his name? Bragg. Alvin Bragg. In New York, he decriminalized most felonies. Majority of the felonies.
Yeah.
Look at Chicago with Kim Fox. She fucked that place up. Let's look at the
remember,
DA.
those boys stole a car, killed a 6-month-old,
And not only that, you
critically
look at DC. No, it wasn't. It was either New York or DC. One or two places where those two chicks, young girls, 14 years old, stole a car and killed a dude. Stole the Uber car, the Uber driver's car.
Yeah, killed a dude
and killed him. They wasn't of age. They were only 14 or 13.
Yep.
But they got off. No one went to jail for that shit.
Yeah, Bob. In the city of Chicago on the northwest side.
So this shit happens all the time. Everyone gets grace. And that's the problem with what Smitty said. You need to stop giving grace. Sometimes you got to hold these motherfuckers accountable for what they
all the
do.
time. You got to hold them accountable.
Because the simple fact is, if it was me or you or anyone else, we getting held accountable for no goddamn regard. Because we the good blacks, right? We're not out there going to steal fucking Finity from the goddamn store. We're not going to Macy's and stealing up there. We're not going to Walgreens and stealing everything up out of there. But the day we do some shit, just
all the time going to jail without a paddle.
without a motherfucking pass.
Hey,
look,
he served the country and deployed. You get what I'm saying? They don't care. His mental illness, whatever, however many things that he could blame it on, they wouldn't give him any type of grace.
Nah, that's what I'm saying. And then, yeah, go ahead.
I was going to address what Bob was saying. Yes, these nigglets stole a small little putt of a car, and as the lady who was in the right of way traveled through the intersection in a big old F-150, I might add, slammed into that T-bone that F-150 at 100 miles an hour, flipped the F-150. It was disintegrated. And then the baby, even though he was strapped in a car seat, that's not going to save him. He had cranial bleed, cracked his skull. He survived for 3 days. He died. His mother and his sisters were both in a coma and are undergoing reconstructive surgery on parts of their body. And the two boys, of course, survived and ran from the scene. And what do you think Kim Fox charged them with?
Evading.
Nope. She charged them with trespassing.
Get the fuck. That's right. Yes, right. I remember that. I'm sorry.
Which carries a sentence of
nothing.
Of 6 months in jail.
Yep.
They won't even get that because they minors.
One was a minor, one wasn't. But the point that I'm making is she doesn't care. It's killing season out there in places of the like. Listen, I don't believe in giving people grace. You get grace if I decide to give it to you. You don't. You're not owed it whatsoever. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. You're not owed it. You'll get it if I decide to do it. If I become a bleeding heart in that moment and decide, you know what, I'll give you some grace, and I won't give you the 150,000 years. I'll just give you 99.
Can I read this super chat, please?
Yeah, go ahead, man. Yeah.
You all realize first-time offenders get grace all the time.
Facts.
I'm going to say that again. You all realize first-time offenders get grace all the time. I don't know why people think they get thrown to the wall right away.
That's a fact.
Do you see what this man that has been in law enforcement for 20 years said? We can all speculate. This is a man who's been in the room. And what is he saying? That first-time offenders get grace. Now, if you're a 10-year-old kid and you're 10-year-old in the stolen car and you're 11 in a stolen car and you're 12 in the stolen car and you're 13 in a stolen car, should we be given grace?
No, sir.
Okay, can I respond to that?
Go ahead.
And respectfully,
no disrespect here.
Do they get that grace when it's time for them to interview for a job?
All the time.
Record?
Oh my God.
Are you serious?
Okay, hold on. Can I ask you a question, right? You think my question is to you is, do you think them giving grace by the law said, hey, we're gonna let you slide, that everyone has to give them grace? No, everyone has to.
I'm just saying, when we talk about the first time offender being given grace,
well, but the point is, it doesn't matter. These are No, it does not matter because these
Can I
companies
just-
are privately owned and they decide what they can and can't do. The law gave them grace.
Can I dismantle his argument?
And I get that, but
Can
I'm
I
saying-
dismantle his argument? Hold on, Gilded. Let me dismantle your argument.
Go ahead.
Let me dismantle your argument.
Go ahead.
I have a family member of mine, right? On his second felony,
Mm-hmm.
okay? He got a gun charge. The second felony, he got a gun charge.
Mm-hmm.
He came home. Now, if you know, New York has some of the strictest gun laws.
Yep, sure do.
He came home after years in a New York prison on his second felony. And he put in job applications. It's not just him. I know many felons this way, but I'm only speaking of my family member. I'm going to leave out all the other felons that I know from the neighborhood. He got a job. He got a managerial job making $65,000 a year.
Mm-hmm.
So your argument of, oh, but do they get that grace, this and that? It's trash, bro.
But you do know that was anecdotal, and I could give anecdotal.
Agreed.
Hold on. Let's give you another.
Let
Let me give you another anecdotal. Byron Donalds, felony charges. He's a U.S. congressman, right down Florida.
Well, also let's remember when they're given grace in their youth, those records are sealed.
Yes.
Okay. So what?
So if they can't get a job after 18, it's for something that they did after they were 18.
What I'm saying is there are cases where, and if we're gonna go anecdotal, I can go anecdotal the other way as well, where they were going up for interviews and the make or break factor was, have you ever been convicted of any type of crime or felony? And when those companies did their homework, the deciding factor was, hey, this is what popped up.
Well, it's a competition. He just didn't win the competition. You can't fault no one for that. Well,
if you were an employer,
you can't fault no one for that because
no.
What you want what you want is someone to give them grace for that. If it's someone else that has the same resume that didn't commit a felony, I might go with the person that don't have the felony. I'm sorry.
But there is someone that will give them grace for that. They just have to keep trying, and they have to have proven that they will be legitimate members of society. That's the thing. We're making too many excuses. We're making too many excuses for these criminals.
Yeah.
And it's sickening. And Gilded Quan, I rock with you, but you're making excuses.
I'm not making excuses. I'm saying for me, and maybe this is just a me thing, maybe this is something I would probably need to work on for myself. I never want to go into conversation where I'm taking this holier than thou position where I don't acknowledge any nuance within a particular set of situations that we're talking about. Like everything ain't just black and white. And I'm not going to sit here and pretend as if there aren't situations where I can see, okay, there's a little bit more than just, oh, this nigga's doing this, throw this nigga away. Or, oh, this person's doing this, throw that nigga away.
But nobody's arguing that. I think you're here arguing a place that is not here.
Okay, hold on. And I have another question. Here's the thing. What I got to say real quick. I'm sorry, Black Dog, to cut you off. No, go ahead, brother.
Well, I was just saying that I'm listening to Gilded's arguments, and I think that he's bringing arguments up that we never argued here, and that's a little disturbing to me because it's trying to discredit the argument that we are having here. You're bringing up arguments that we never had here. We never said one felony and throw them away. But you seem to keep coming with this argument of, oh, you got, you, because you're on this stream. So I just got to talk about this stream. You're on this stream saying that, but none of us ever argued that. And so I don't know if you're being completely genuine, Gilded.
What I'm
But
saying
also-
is,
but
is
also-
when
Go ahead, go ahead.
when nuance is presented to a situation,
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe that it should automatically mean, oh, I'm just caping for the exceptions to something. No, I'm presenting.
Now you're moving the goalpost
Yeah,
again.
but you talked about a situation where 4 kids were in a car, 1 got out, 3 got busted. But you only want to focus on the 1, not the 3 that got busted.
Dude, you can't keep moving the goalpost because that's what you're doing.
But also, it's as simple as this. If you look at anything, everything is on a preference-based thing. If that has nothing to do with the law, everything else is irrelevant because they got the choice to make what they want in their life, what they want to put in their business, what they want to do in their schools, whatever it is. That school, that business, that job has nothing to do with what you had did with the law. Whether they give you grace or don't give you grace is on that business, college, job, life partner, whatever it is. It's based off of a preference or what they want and what they don't want. But I hear you. But hold on, let me read the super chat. Bob with the $10 super chat. Gilded, there is a difference between personal limits and the demands of public policy. Given personal grace is fine, but not at the risk of society having to take on that risk. That's a fact. That's pretty much what I was saying.
I'm not advocating for everyone.
And thanks for $10
to
super
think
chat.
the
there,
way
Bob.
I think. That's not what I'm doing.
Yo, Bob is holding up the super chats. People gonna have to start giving here. All right, because Bob's holding up the super chat. Everybody jumping on the panel. Nobody donating. Everybody leaving comments. Nobody donating. We got to start donating to the port session. Uncle Tom buys expensive equipment to give everyone a platform, and people have to start donating here because we be seeing a lot of people going places and donating hundreds of dollars and then come here and can't give up a 5-ball, a 10-ball. So we're gonna have to start donating, folks. Donate to the port session. All right, because being frugal, people coming up and giving opinions is getting ready to end. But continue. Everybody know it's been said.
Go ahead.
Oh, who was going?
Whoever want to talk.
But yeah, that's all I was saying. I'm not advocating for everyone to think like me. I'm just saying that it's more than just black and white. There are situations where it requires some more critical thinking. And to me, I just get tired of people getting up on panels and pretending as if they never been in situations where the luck of the draw was given to them.
Mm-hmm.
And they just get to get up here and pretend as if that they never did anything in their life. They never got into any type of trouble. They lived this perfect, holier than thou life. And it's like, no, everybody's been given some sort of this in their life.
Well, Gilded, I like what you said.
Punished for any little thing that we did to the fullest extent, then we really would like, what are we really talking about? Everybody has been saved in some shape or form from destruction.
You said the main thing. You said we're born with the, what did you say, the fucking privilege or the right or whatever, or the get out of jail with a lucky card, right?
And I'm not gonna pretend as if
we're all lucky though. But we're all lucky, right? We're all born in this United States of America, because just think about this. If you were on a UK panel like this, you may go to jail for something that you say on this here YouTube if you're in the UK.
That could change in America, probably not a lifetime.
Probably
but
so.
I'm just saying, but right now you don't you got that privilege, right? The privilege here in America is just being born American, and most people don't understand that being American is something different than being from somewhere else. And that's the problem with the people here now. That's the problem with the shit here now, is people don't understand that you are privileged just by being here. That's why everyone wants to come in here.
See, people make it
And
seem
wait,
like
yo,
giving
Gilded.
grace is the same as letting somebody slide. Like that's another. So you want to talk about disingenuous? That in and of itself is just disingenuous.
Yo,
So
Gilded.
you mean to tell me every time you
grace
give
isn't
grace
the
to
court's
someone,
job.
you give them a carte blanche pass to do whatever the fuck they want? Is that what we conflating grace?
No one said that. No one said that.
I'm looking at the chat.
Gilded.
Oh,
What's
okay,
the
okay.
name?
You guys say.
Well, Uncle Tom said is right about the privilege thing, right? If you look at the 14th Amendment, like ever since the 14th Amendment was created, a lot of things that was considered to be rights were actually changed into privileges. America, as we see it today, it's not the same as it was prior to the 14th Amendment. A lot of the things that we have, right, are literal privileges, according to the U.S. Code now, technically speaking. And those things can change because we're in a state of emergency, and we have been since Roosevelt.
I differ. But Lawrence with the $5 super chat donated to our Asian emperor. God damn it, you ain't. And Ira Stevens said, Black Thoughts, this is for Black Thoughts hush money. Yeah, ain't shit. But thanks for the super chats, guys. I don't think, I'm going to say we're in a state of emergency, right? We're in a state of emergency because people are just, literally bought and paid for. Besides that, I don't think it's going to change in my lifetime, but all it takes, well, it could change. To get it changed, really, all it has to do is have a supermajority in the House and a supermajority in the Senate and the right president.
And
everything can change.
And Uncle Tom, think about people who we do give grace to. We give grace to Joe Biden.
Who?
You got people that give grace to Donald Trump.
Wait a minute. No one gave grace to that. No one over here gave that grace.
That nigga got rewarded for
Who
being
did?
a known racist. You don't think that was grace given?
Well, them your black people that did that shit.
Uncle Tom, to touch on
that does some of the worst shit grace.
I would
in
never
America.
get a nigga grace.
But when it comes to judging our own, we just throw the book at our own. But everybody else can get that shit though, right?
No, everyone can get it. That's a see. This is the problem. When you separate yourself from you are American all day, not half the day, not part of the day, not minutia of the day. You are American throughout the entire day, throughout the entire year, 365. But when y'all start separating yourselves, that's when you have it. But you don't get grace, and this one doesn't get grace. That's why the problems lie where they're at, because everyone wants to be split the fuck up. That's the problem.
I'm just saying we have a tendency in this country to believe that some of the most problematic people can get rewarded.
And matter of fact, hey, come on Sunday, Saturdays or Sunday, and we talk about it, okay? Because this is the day where I show white people doing dumb shit, then black people doing dumb shit.
Yo, Uncle Tom, since today is Wednesday, and to respond to what you had said about the emergency thing, like I believe it was March 1933, Franklin Delano Roosevelt had signed the emergency bill, and in order for it to be repealed, a president has to like literally remove it himself. A president has to do it, but Roosevelt never removed it, and no president after has officially never removed it. There was like a emergency act in the 1970s, but that was only just in word, right? That wasn't a president repealing that emergency.
Are you talking the Emergency Banking Act?
Yeah, and that was in 1970s, but that never.
No, that was actually in 33.
No. The Emergency Act of 1933 in March it made it where the Constitution was set aside for the public good, quote unquote. From Roosevelt. Roosevelt said that he set it aside for. Gotcha.
It was the emergency. It was the Emergency Banking Act. It confiscated all gold held by U.S. citizens.
I'm not talking about Executive Order 903, whatever it was.
No, this is the Emergency Banking Act of 1933.
Was it in March?
1933.
Well, there's more caveats than just banking. But there's more than just banking when it comes to that act, though. It wasn't just only dealing with banks. It was dealing with the idea of this country being put in national emergency, and the idea of the Constitution was set aside during the time frame of the emergency for the greater good.
Okay, well here, Mama with the $10 super chat said, "Black thoughts made me feel guilty. Now I gotta give you my grocery money. It's okay. I'll eat bread and water." Thank you, Mama, for the $10 super chat. And Black Thoughts with the $10 said, "Thank you to the Port Session for offering me my voice platform money where my mouth is. I have something for Biden and George Floyd that is far from grace."
Yo, Mayo, according to the Church Matthias Committee in 1973, it confirms what I said. Church Matthias.
What's the Church Matthias? That's not a
Church Matthias Committee.
I don't know what that is. Is that something of
what is that? The Church Matthias Committee of 1973.
Well, they don't hold any power, so
that's what I'm saying. I don't know.
When you say they, who are you saying?
Whatever
Church Matthias, whoever that is. Who was that?
The church. It was a committee. It was simply a committee.
Yeah, the committee holds no power because you can say the Congressional Black Caucus has a committee, but they don't mean shit.
Yeah, I mean, I don't agree. I don't agree that a committee holds power. I was saying that Church Matthias Committee in 1973 confirmed the statement that confirmed this whole thing about the idea of the emergency act
being set aside.
Yeah, for the public good, right? And
I mean, I can't speak to that because I don't know. I'll do some research into it. I don't know.
Yeah, but the superior general who will control America is actually.
What'd you say, Gilda?
I gotta get ready for tomorrow. I'm gonna check y'all out on you said Saturday?
Yeah. Saturday and Sundays I do TPOs and family court.
All right, I got you.
Yeah.
I'll slide through.
Yeah. For sure.
All right, respect to the panel.
Sure, bro.
Hey, thanks for coming up, Gilda Quana. We hear pretty much every day, brother. We just be on vacation lately.
All right, I'll definitely slide through.
Yeah.
To chop it up with everybody.
For sure.
But y'all have a good night.
All right, bro.
You as well.
All right, man.
But yeah, I don't think any committee per se controls America. If anything, it's the superior general who controls America. For sure.
There's no superior general, sir.
Yeah, there is. It's called the Black Pope.
Who is he?
It's called the Black Pope.
No, sir.
What's the Black Pope?
What?
What's the Black Pope?
Okay, I'll bite. Please go ahead and explain this.
I mean, I don't even know the Black Pope. I'm asking, what is it?
Black Pope is the superior general of a military order that bears the homonym, bears the moniker Isis Horus Set.
But who is it though?
And they also say what they say on the surface is Jesus Hominum Salvator.
Okay, so Barack Obama, got it.
Sure, he's a cool. That's funny.
But who's the Black Pope? Because I don't know who it is. Someone got to know if you're saying it is someone got to be the Black Pope.
Hey, it's Conspiracy Wednesday. I know I can't be the only one who knows what a Black Pope is.
I don't know. Fuck it. Let me look it up. Who would the?
I can't be the only one who knows what the Black Pope is.
You know, you're the only one.
I'm not. I can't be.
Yeah, because I'm learning something new.
Yeah, who is the Black Pope today? Alfredo Nicolas. I thought that's it's an unofficial designated superior general of the Jesuits in the Catholic religious order. Adolfo Nicolas. That's what the Black Pope is?
Apparently, right?
The Black Pope is elected for life and has been seen as powerful and influential figure in church in the world. Are we talking about? Ain't that the regular Pope? God damn it!
Nope.
Or is that something? No, it's still different. Oh, okay.
The current Pope is Pope Francis, I believe, right? Also, a eerie connection is that before America was America, there was a man who owned a lot of land, and he built the Rome on the Potomac in Washington, I believe. And his name was Francis Pope, the inversion of Pope Francis, and he himself is also a Catholic. who didn't really embrace
Okay, so
Catholicism.
this is a subsect within Catholicism. Okay, I see.
Actually speaking, they're not even Catholics.
That's what I'm saying. It's a subset.
Note how I said Isis, Horus, Set. That's not Catholicism.
Exactly. None of it. So my point is
he's Venezuelan,
like
actually.
Matter Day, the Matter Day Society, Matter Day, who are a subsect within within Catholicism. Who was part of that? The guy, the most famous FBI agent who dealt in espionage in the 90s. I can't remember his name, man. He's currently in jail forever, but I can't remember the guy's name. All of us learned about him in the army, man. Can't remember his name. But the point is, yeah, it's just a subsect within, their zealot group.
Well, it's not just that, but I mean, I'm sure it probably could be that, but it can be just relegated to simply that.
Incumbent Arturo Sosa since 14 October 2016. Titles: Ignatius of Loyola, first superior general, etc.
Yep. He was the first one for them.
So let's see.
This
hold on. B Rad with the $5 says, I got 5 on it for my Divester Master. Maybe the force be with you. Or may the force be with you. Thank you, good sir. I know you're a poor, starving college student and shit,
So there have been 31 of them. Okay.
I mean, I really don't know nothing about it, but let's get into something else, right?
But how did they come into power in 33?
What you talking about?
So how did they come into power in 33?
Yeah. Oh, you're saying in America? Who knows that exactly?
I actually didn't make the claim that they came into power in 33, but they are for sure individuals who had generals of the North and South during the Civil War pledge allegiance to them, which is why there was many occasions where the Civil War could have ended, right? But it took longer for the sole purpose of a lot of Protestants and a lot of heretics being killed. Same thing like how Abraham Lincoln, Ulysses S. Grant, and also Andrew Jackson were all having an assassination attempt on them in the same day, but only one of them was successful, Abraham Lincoln. Right. And that same man who was alleged to have killed John Wilkes Booth was also a Catholic. But
I mean,
it's a lot more I can say, but I'm willing to change the topic.
I'm just going to. Damn it! Why can't I get it bigger? Hold on one second. Let me see if I can get this shit bigger. Is that bigger? No, that ain't. Let me take this off. That ain't no bigger at all. God damn it.
In contrast with the white garb, so he wears black in contrast with the white garb of the Pope. The 31st and current Superior General is Arturo Sosa. Okay, so I'm trying to figure out.
No, that was in 2016. This one is what did I say his name was?
It's Arturo Sosa. Adolfo was before him. Is now.
Yeah, it's Arturo Sosa.
It's Arturo Sosa.
Oh, he's a Venezuelan. Oh.
So is the regular Pope.
Oh, I don't know. That's crazy.
What is
and the regular Pope actually said himself there is no heaven. So interesting words from a Pope.
The regular Pope said Pope said he's okay with pedophilia and other things too.
These are not followers of Christ. These are followers of Mary.
Now they're followers of Isis, Set, and Horus.
And again, those are idols, and that's my point. These people have no regard for God. They have regard for themselves and their power here on earth. But Black Pope or not, I just need to figure out the correlation between them and America's current governing body. And because we have the Court of Owls, not Court of Owls. What's the name of that thing? The where they go and hoot and holler and sacrifice in front of an owl. What is that?
Don't ask me, man. I heard of.
There's so many secret societies.
Yes, a lot of secret societies.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, Bohemian
Grove.
There we go. Yeah.
Bohemian Grove.
But that's where they go. That's where they all go drink baby blood and shit.
And then you got that the direct contrast for the what was the name of that society? The female version of. I can't think right now. I'm too damn tired. I got baby friggin' itis.
Okay, so let's take it to something lighter because y'all niggas is going a little too deep for my little head today.
Bohemian Grove isn't deep. That's been confirmed.
Oh, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking
extensively.
about. All right, so this is where they said that the United States is creepy, but we're not the only ones who's
Bohemian
creepy, right?
Rhapsody.
It is not just our history that is a fabrication.
That motherfucker right there. What is that?
Look, listen. That guy's very existence challenges you locking out your knees and falling out.
Watch this shit. Nothing happened to him.
What you see on TV may be anything but what's really behind that face. That bobble-headed bleach blonde that comes on at...
Shut up, bitch. I had to take that off.
Is that Fleetwood Mac? Is that Fleetwood Mac? Who's that? What is that?
It probably is. I don't know.
Or much of a bobblehead at all. Behind that mask.
No, that's not. No.
Or that lovable.
That sounds like. Damn, who were they?
Look at that nigga face.
That sound like Steely. There we go. Sound like Steely Dan.
That nigga just be stuck. Did he die yet?
I'm hoping so. This dude has betrayed everything he is. No, he's not a robot. He's just on some sort of drug. And the guy, look at how many surgeries that bastard has. It's no wonder he's not dead.
Look at that motherfucker.
Black Suda 5. You are not going to tell me that's not a clone, sir. No. I'm sorry, sir.
Which one? Who?
He was made in Alex Jones's Gay Frog asylum. I'm sorry, sir.
Now, first of all, this technology isn't new. They've had this facial whatever technology, mask technology since the 80s or even beyond. Who told the story of the female CIA agent who walked into one of the president's offices and they were showing him the technology and they didn't even know it was a female. She was pretending to be a man.
But you're absolutely right. You're right, because folks don't even realize, if you think about it, the movie with Nicolas Cage and John Travolta, Face Off, that's real shit.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I know what you're saying. That's real shit, bro.
Hey, that's fentanyl overdose right there.
Hey, Willie D with the $10 super chat says, for my Asian support. Who is Asian on this panel?
That is phone holder. Thank you.
All right, so
I had an egg roll earlier today. I'm just might be like 1/8 Asian.
Maybe 1/15.
I was gonna play this shit for him, but y'all talk too goddamn long. Y'all let him lead the panel. Y'all let him lead the panel. I was gonna play his Biden supporters. You know what I'm saying?
Is that Michael Jackson playing?
Yes, look, he's saying they're the Walking Dead, pretty much. Really, look at these old ass people that won't die.
Yeah, old ass.
Is that Sharpton? Is that Sharpton?
Yes,
Yeah,
that's
that's
Sharpton. There's a whole bunch of old ass.
And he's using humans as a walker, like he's using people as a walker, because we know if they let his hands go, his ass hitting the ground.
Well, all of them are using each other as walkers.
They old as shit. Now, this is what's pretty much running the show in our country. That's insane.
Look at this old ass. Look at this old dude, man. What could he possibly be doing this for anymore?
So what they were trying to say that they all were political activists back in the day, or social justice activists. If you look back at the
Hold on. So they look like that back in the day? Ooh, well, time has been horrible to them.
So that's what they're trying to say, that they're all activists back in the day. That's all I was saying.
No, they weren't. I'll Sharpton.
Well, we
Anyway.
ain't gonna say Sharpton, but we know who he was. He's just a race hustler.
He was a pimp. What the hell? He was a pimp.
Yeah. Hey, did
Remember,
y'all
he
know
said-
that?
you-
Did
you
y'all
remember
know
who he
that
said his
Paula?
mentor was?
Did y'all know that Paula Jones got $850,000 from the Clintons?
Who?
Paula Jones.
Who is Paula Jones?
She was
Who was
the
that?
one that she was one of the Arkansas State employees that Bill Clinton exposed himself to. Did y'all know that shit?
Oh well, they gave her 800. How much?
850,000.
Well, I believe it, man. Have you seen that
Yeah,
documentary on
He
YouTube
made a whole check about it. Look.
about them
Tell them
killing
to-
people?
There's
There's the check.
It's your
I've
check.
never even heard of the heifer.
Well, it's not going to be saying anything.
I know who that is. I know now. I know what you're talking about.
There's the check.
And show them the check. Hey,
What's that?
Is she a liberal? She a liberal or conservative?
She's very liberal with that mouth.
Oh, okay. She's a liberal. Oh, okay. It's just a question. Okay, go ahead. Thoughts.
Real quick, I know we switched topic, but Senate Committee 93-5 is what it goes back to that Matthias Church Matthias Committee. So Senate, that's a Senate, and it's been published in that 93-5.
Let me give you guys a verse from back in the day. And if El Sharpton is speaking for me, somebody give him the word and tell him I don't approve.
Jay-Z said the same thing, but
there you go, baby.
I already knew what he was going.
Yeah, we knew what he was talking about.
That's why I
But
shook
what's
my head because I can't stand Jay-Z. He know it.
Senate Committee
Jay-Z said the
93
same
what?
thing.
Dash what? Senate Committee 93 dash who?
yeah, I wanted more information. I mean, I really like to learn. I don't do that trolling shit. Like
It
the
was
Senate,
Committee
when you was
93
talking about
what?
that.
So I got a question for you, Patrick Absolute. Do you believe in climate change, sir? I don't think you can hear me.
No, we can't. Hey,
Practical
Practical absolutes.
What's up, bro?
Do
You
think-
said it was
do you
Senate
believe-
Committee.
Nah, I
what?
wanted to know more.
Hold up. I think it's 93-549.
All right. Do you think?
Yeah. Can you elaborate? I mean, just want to learn.
About what I was talking about on that?
Yeah, go ahead.
So yeah, federal.
Yeah. I want to know what that is. Like I'm dead ass.
So FDR had and alleged, I guess it's March 9th, but it's March 1933. He had signed an emergency act that effectively had the Constitution be put on hold for the greater good of the country, right? And it gave the president an ability to be able to have certain rights that superseded the Constitution, right? And in order for that to be repealed, the president has to physically basically repeal it. He has to go out his way to actually repeal it. But FDR never did it, and no president after ever did it. And the Church Matthias Committee actually confirms this, and it's in the U.S. Senate report that I had mentioned previously. 94-549.
Thank you.
549.
Okay.
93-549, I think. But yeah, it's
Nah,
actually
thank you for that.
Basically, he declares a national emergency, and if he declares a national emergency,
Martial
he's
law.
right.
Martial law.
He never repealed it. No president after has ever repealed it.
But they didn't act in the capacity.
Yeah,
of
martial
national
law.
You don't have to act in the capacity of martial law, but you theoretically could.
I'm saying you theoretically could, yes, but
And-
I'm saying
yeah.
that but I'm just saying that it did not happen. Is my point.
Yeah.
Which one are you
But to
talking
make
about?
it theoretical is to make it a Cold War. That's to make it a Cold War. If you make it theoretical,
hold on.
then it's just a Cold War.
Because you got
Cold War was
4 different acts that happened in 1933.
Yeah, a bunch of talking, nothing on. Cold War shit going on.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Nothing happened. Therefore, that's my point. It wasn't anything. But what
Yeah,
I mean
that's
is-
all I was saying. That's all.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Uh,
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
See, I said that, and everybody said Jay-Z this and Jay-Z that, right?
I ain't saying nothing about him. I just
Well,
laughed.
hold on. No, I didn't say you. Well, are you wearing a shoe? Are you wearing a shoe?
You already know what he said.
Are you wearing a shoe? Here's the
Hey,
question.
it might just fit. Black Thoughts. It might just fit.
It might just fit.
But yeah, Uncle Tom, I think you were saying which one, right? Church Matthias Committee was in 1973.
Hold on. The question I'm asking is, how many rappers do you have nowadays going against the degenerates that's riding with the Democratic
The answer
Party?
is none. Not one. Not
Bigger-
a single one.
A
That's
bigger
going
question.
against the degenerate Democratic Party.
It's not about I ostensibly usually vote Republican, but it's not about that, right? The two-party system is effectively two heads of the same bird, right? They're individuals in both parties that pledge their allegiance to a singular entity.
Yeah, it's a Hydra.
Right. I mean, a lot of the politicians as we've seen today,
No one disagrees with you,
have been kind
no
of
one
pretty much.
disagrees with you, but let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Do you come out and actively speak against democratic nonsense? See, you could say all that, two wings of a one bird and all this bullshit. It sounds good. But do you actively come out and speak against it? Because if you don't come out and speak against it, you're a coward for it.
So I have money put into organizations that's designed to fight against tyranny that goes against the Second Amendment, right? GOA is one, RPC is another, right? And when it comes to that, right, for example, putting money into these organizations, they're designed to fight against tyranny that affects Americans, namely an idea of Second Amendment, right? There's that, right? I'm only a college student. I don't have the funds to be able to put in hundreds of dollars in super chats right now, currently. But in the future, I will. In the future, I will. The point I'm trying to make here is yes to your question. I do denounce a lot of this stuff, and my channel was initially made denouncing the whole thing with this B18 debacle that happened in 2019, right? And I got 2 strikes on my channel immediately without even having 5 views, right? It is what it is. You know, and I'm glad to still have my channel now. I'm trying to be strategic in
That
the way
means you're very powerful.
Not at all. It just means that what I'm saying it goes against the whims and the desires of the Catholic.
Yeah. But see, you have to recognize this, and let me say this real quick. But again, and I mean what I say on that. No, that's power right there, and because nobody who doesn't have something that they know is of an authoritative figure of speaking, and someone who has something that they know can be influential. The power is the influence. If you say something of influence, then it's not surprising. So that shows right there. It doesn't matter if you're big or small. The fact is, the narrative has been pushed, and if you go against it, then we will come for you, and we do see you. That's all I'm saying.
I understand that, bro.
I digress. My mic is muted.
All right, so.
But yeah, man. Sorry.
No.
Go ahead,
go ahead. What y'all gonna say?
I wasn't gonna say anything. I was just gonna thank him and see what the next topic is gonna be, what I could bring to it.
Oh, okay. The next topic is just climate change. What do you think about climate change?
It's a lady named Judith Gray, Dr. Judith Gray, who actually talks against climate change, right? This is the idea of the Gaia theory, where the world basically if the world is considered the mother or whatever, the mother would take care of itself in spite of the children acting up, right? Children being humans, right? And it's another thing I can say too, is this research that was published it was from a mathematician in University of Minnesota. He did a study on the electrifying of Minnesota, right? And what would it take to do that, right? I know it's slightly off topic, but it's just to show that this whole plan of putting everything on the grid is a dumb idea, right? In order for the state of Minnesota to be fully electrified, it would use over 148% of the world's reserve in cobalt. 148%. That is impossible.
Well, see, this is good because that brings me into this. That brings me into this next video. All right, and I want to get y'all's take on it. I actually got two of them, but we'll go with this one first, and then we'll go to the next one. It goes on around the same thing. What am I doing? Where am I at? So there we go. Oh no. Yeah, that's right. All right, cool. All right, so there's this person. Ruthless, is you alive over there?
Yeah.
All right.
Alive, man.
You sure, Ruthless?
Truck weighs 8,000 pounds, and you need at least 2 of them. So we're talking the weight of 4 or 5 cars. And my friends and peers in the industry nationwide who have tried to make efforts to put in, say, hey, I'm going to convert a dozen forklifts to electric, or I want to tee up a facility for 30 electric trucks. There's no power. The utilities come back, the cities come back and say, is this some kind of joke? One friend tried to put in Illinois a facility, tee it up for 30 trucks electrification. The city came back and said, this is some kind of joke. You're asking for more draw than the entire city requires. And just to give you an idea, 30, 50 trucks, that's like a 5-6 megawatt application. The factory that makes the trucks is a 2 megawatt factory.
In other words, the math ain't mathing.
The math ain't mathing.
It's so funny, man. When you crunch the numbers, it just like Practical Absolute said, there's just not enough. No. You can't possibly think beyond it not being enough. The process of refining these precious metals, these materials, the rare earth needed to create the structures and materials that they are proposing is so toxic that they single-handedly could pollute the earth 15 times over versus what one oil rig would do in 1,000 years. It's insanity. These people are zealots, and they don't do any research into what they claim they know intimately.
What you're saying is very, very true. No, I can add to that. It's been articles that's already been published that I have to do a little bit of research on for my class because I'm getting my master's in environmental science, and I'm surprised to see that I got professors in my school that actually have views against climate change. Right? I mean, well, global warming, not necessarily climate change, because climate changing, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's always going to change. But yeah, so the new Hummers that's coming out, these EV Hummers, 9,000 pound Hummers. They pollute more than a regular gas-powered Chevy Malibu.
Fact.
Why is that? Can you explain why is that?
Like the pollution
I know the answer. I know the answer, but I want.
Yeah, man, the pollution that'll be caused indirectly from the creation of the batteries, the creation of the materials, the charging. When we charging stuff, you're still using coal. You're still using natural gas, etc. Yeah, so it's a big burpee moment.
So most of these chargers that are either on that Tesla uses or these other operations are actually being powered by diesel.
Yes.
Good old diesel.
Did you see the meme, Uncle Tom? Did you see the meme of this white dude talking about the municipality he worked for wanted to have a completely electric grid to charge their vehicles? And then he said, oh, but by the way, right behind it is a completely diesel generator to power the battery needed to charge these doggone cars.
You know what's
funny?
funny?
Make it make sense.
You know what's funny?
These people are zealots, but beyond that, like you said, practical absolutes. It's going the creation of it is what's going to cause the world to be plunged into a polluted Captain Planet television episode. And
can I ask a question? When you're done,
before you do, I'm gonna say this.
When you're done,
they have proven that they cannot recycle solar panels. It's too labor
they just bury them.
It's too expensive.
Exactly.
They can't do it. The one guy who does it says it's so not worth it. They have to get government subsidies just to do the job.
That's a fact. But here's something else before you go. You know where I work at. So outside of my thing, they have all these new chargers for these new cars that they have brought in that's run off electric. And right next to them, in between the parking stalls, is a giant diesel that runs all day. Even if they don't even have an electric car plugged in.
Can I
Make
ask
that
you
make
why
sense.
the rockets don't go up in the air on solar
My
power?
oh, my bad.
They need
So my
thrust.
question basically to y'all is this, real quick, and I'm gonna shut up. So, because I've been looking into this, my bad, I was chewing food. I've been looking into this, and so is it true that, well, combustion engine? So this whole electrical, electric, overall, it's not as it won't be as beneficial as they're saying it's going to be. Basically,
Not at all. Not at all.
got you.
Not at all. The reason being because it takes more pollution to actually build these cars. And we're not even going to talk about the batteries that may last maybe 10 years. If
The
that.
batteries explode.
Most likely won't last in years. And like you said, most of them will explode eventually. So
Just like how cell phones are, like how your cell phone eventually just doesn't charge anymore. You got to get
Listen, what happens?
wow,
and
wow.
then they can, and then on top of that, they can't get rid of it.
No,
And where do
they
you
can't.
dump
It's
the
a
debris?
There's
forever.
no way to recycle it.
It's a forever chemical. Let me ask you,
Facts.
what happens?
Yes, they can shoot that bitch into space. Shoot it to the sun.
Oh no, they have an act now that prevents that because it's space pollution. But what was I going to say?
That was my
Really?
Yes,
Yeah.
I'm not.
How
even
the
playing
fuck
with you.
do you pollute space?
because we have all those.
because
What?
Smitty-
All those
How
because
can
Smitty
you
has
pollute an
developed.
infinite
Smitty,
galaxy?
because
Anyways,
Smitty, it's lucrative for the people who created the cause. I was going to say, listen, what happens to a battery when salt water hits it?
corrode.
It'll corrode, but more importantly, before it does, for a big giant battery like that, and the several batteries in those Teslas and other cars, that mug is going to explode.
That's
So,
okay.
so if you go, so we have currently, doesn't Tesla have a plant in China?
Yes.
They downplay how many vehicles they lose when they are on the sea voyage on the way from there to here. But it's not about if they make it here or not. It's just cheaper. So if they lose them, that's just a write-off. It doesn't matter. These people, and then they end up at the bottom of the sea anyway. These people are not telling the truth. They have entire windmill farms that sit out on the western seaboard in the ocean that don't work. Where they have the entire killing fields of solar rays that kill. You wonder why birds don't fly over them, because they zap them like lasers upon passing over. These people are single-handedly destroying the world because of their zealotism. It's insane.
Well, we asked for it. Well, they asked for it, so you really can't complain.
You're right.
can
We
you?
asked for it. You're right.
Well, it happens that way because we're part of the we, if you really want to get technical. And we never really want to do any real oversight, because even with the bullshit oversight they do now, they say if no one's above the law, no one's above the law. No one's above the law, but everyone's above the law. That when it comes down,
devil who sent this cash app right here.
well, I was getting to it. So, Blacks Who Defy, you want to read your own super chat? Good.
No,
sir?
no, you can read that. I can't read.
Climate change is a farce created by Walmart so you can buy more sunscreen.
There you go.
It's a fact. Oh, Tom.
Yes, sir.
When you get a chance, can you play what I sent in the back chat?
Yes, sir. Hold on, let me play this one first, and then we'll get to that one.
No, absolutely fine.
Yeah.
I was just asking if you could play that when you get a moment.
Oh, here we go. Oh, I'm on the wrong screen. Oh,
50% of new cars to be electric by 2030.
True, but I guess now it's 60%.
60.
True or false? A typical electric car requires 6 times the mineral inputs of a conventional car.
Yes.
If 50% of the cars were electric vehicles today, is there enough power on the electric grid to charge them all?
Absolutely not. No.
You said in your written statement, Mr. Bradbury, I'm going to quote you, if every country in the world achieved its stated EV targets by 2030, the total savings in carbon dioxide emissions would be expected to reduce global temperatures by only 0.0002 degrees Fahrenheit by the year 2100. Given this fact, is it unilaterally gutting the U.S. auto market, critical mineral supply chain, and the grid stability? Is that the solution for addressing the temperature goals?
Well, I don't think so.
True or false? President Biden says he wants 50% of new cars to be electric by 20.
What do y'all think about that?
Oh, here's the thing. The U.S. is the only one killing themselves to play this game while we are giving all of our work to China, work that could help America be independent in many ways. We're giving it to China. They are allowing pollutants into the earth beyond belief. And yet we're supposed to kill everything over here to go, 0.5% to help the environment.
Well, can I say this part briefly? What I'm seeing is this. We have so much information, technology, let's be for real. We always brag about how highly advanced and first world nation country we are. But why do we choose the worst goddamn, we choosing like how some Congo nation or something don't have no other options but. So only thing I'm saying is think that as much and as far as we have come in technology and our information and all the things that we know, how is it that we don't seem to recognize how to benefit environmentally as well as financially, unless the whole strategy is profit only? I digress. My mic is muted.
Well,
It
is profit only.
It has nothing to
Yeah,
do
it is
with
profit only.
It has nothing to do with your air quality. It has nothing. That is the last bullshit that these rich people are concerned about. You think think that a rich person cares about your air quality while they're flying in a jet everywhere?
I mean, that's a valid point. Very, very valid point. But I would say,
who is the climate czar who keeps doing that?
Yes, I'm saying it's not even based on these rich people, really. I think it's a mix of individuals who seek to actualize the stuff that's in the Bible, right? If you look at Acts 4:4, about some country who had enslaved their people over 400 years, is going to pay its dues and suffer like some kind of way and whatnot. And I look at it as such that it's not only really about profit, because to the individuals who are truly making the largest profit, money doesn't matter to them, right? They're above money, right? What they care about is control, right? Like to have utter control over individuals. And if you can ultimately make 15-minute cities and have individuals not go anywhere and just walk pretty much everywhere or bike run everywhere and stay inside of a 15-minute city, that would be the ultimate goal. Yeah, that's the ultimate goal.
There's a new theory that's proliferating. Well, it's not new, but it's been proliferating the engineering community, where they're creating these straight line cities where the city will be no more than 5 miles in width, but it'll be length, and it's meant to circumvent the conventional city. So it just from above, it just looks like one straight line. And of course, if you know anything about distance, 5 mile, a width of 5 miles is nothing. So imagine people living in a straight line in a city that's supposed to fit 500,000. That's insanity. And that's what they're proposing. Because they're saying, we're using too much of the world's resources. We need to divest, in a sense. It'll be Cowboy Bebop. You ever seen it?
Well, it's called this. They're trying to take on that Japanese living where it's just to lay and go to sleep. Everything else is off off the cuff of you.
That's exactly why people in Japan are killing themselves at high rates.
I'm not saying it was a good thing or a bad thing. Well, I know it's a bad thing
I
because I like
understand,
my
bro.
space. I hate people like that. I cannot be next to a motherfucker like that. As a matter of fact, I was up there where you were last weekend. I was gonna come by stop. I was trying to hit your ass up on Instagram.
Yeah.
I was literally down the street from FAMU.
Oh man, we could have went to the range or something, bro.
Yeah, like I was golfing though because I was tired as hell. I ain't gonna lie.
Nice.
But no, these motherfuckers literally want this. Why you're saying that they're trying. That's why they started doing those tiny, like the tiny home shit is taken off here in the United States, right? But they want to even go smaller than that. So I don't know. That's why they're pushing for. If you haven't noticed that these bums are now allowed to build on the sidewalk in California. They can build their own house on the sidewalk. You know, all give glory to who can do that. You know, if you can do that, do it, and you can get away with it.
I
That's
see people
fine.
renting out rooms.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. They're doing that because they're trying to get ready. That's what they're so-called getting ready for that. So everyone can have a house.
Why do you think they're buying up all the houses?
I believe you. Do the same thing.
Like here's the thing, right? There's no everyone can have a house. There's everyone can be boxed in and controlled.
That's what I mean by have a house. I already have a house.
And that's what they
and
want. When you look at Joe Biden, right, and his handling of the pandemic, who did he look up to? He looked up to China.
Mm-hmm.
He looked up to China. Right? And guess what China did?
Project Warp Speed.
And guess what?
How? I thought Asians were short. I mean, he didn't look that. Whatever.
He looked up to China. And what did China have? Full, complete control.
Rosie O'Donnell
over their people.
I mean, they still do. They still do.
They do.
Let me tell you something.
And that's what Donald and that's what Joe Biden wants. They tried to feed us. See, let me tell you what they did. They went and made Donald Trump the boogeyman because Donald Trump talked about American freedom. And they told stupid people, black and white Democrats, dumb degenerates, they told them.
Hold on, I got some pushback. Because it wasn't. Oh, son of a bitch! It wasn't just them. Because if you look at all these major news stations up here, they all were pushing that shit. All of them were.
Because they're Democrat degenerates.
Well, this was on the actual supposed right side as well.
Well, hold
That's
on.
why.
Just because your state votes right, you still have left-leaning degenerates in that state.
No, I was talking about the media. I wasn't talking about the states, bro. But I agree with you.
Right, that's what I'm saying. The media as well. That's what I'm saying.
Let me tell you something, Black Thoughts.
And so, let me tell you something, Black Thoughts. And so, what they did was essentially they got dumb degenerates, both black and white, to believe that, oh, I'll give up all my rights as long as I don't have to hear Donald Trump's freedom. Because his freedom is scary.
Well,
See, that's the thing, though, bro. Like, if you look at countries like New Zealand, Australia, Canada, like they just taking their citizens' guns. But in America, you have to like convince Americans that they don't need guns.
But I'm not.
And so far, they're being
about
increasingly successful.
I'm not talking about fuck them other countries. What I'm talking about is that everything they said, right, that Donald Trump was going to be, is who the Democratic Party and Joe Biden is. Because now, guess what? You can't even look. We got a vegetable for a president, and they said you can't even question or primary him. That's like
crazy, and no debates at all. That's crazy.
You can't ask anything. But isn't that what they said Trump was going to do?
Yeah,
man. All for it. they are all for it when the Democrat does it. All these dumb degenerates, whites and blacks, liberals are like, yeah, that's a good thing.
But that's the thing, though, bro. Like, okay,
But
so
guess what? Hold on. They
Yeah.
are cheering and voting for dictatorship. When
Right.
I watch niggers with the hard ER twerk in the street for Joe Biden, do you know what I said?
Goddamn nigga.
I said to myself, wow, these people are dancing for the very people that they claim to be against.
Yes, sir.
No,
They're
no, no, no. Real
dancing
quick. Black thoughts.
in
Black thoughts.
the street.
Black thoughts. They also, don't forget, we had the chick that went viral for on MLK's birthday or whatever. Did a twerk, a MLK twerk down at the Capitol, bruh.
Yeah, she was.
So it ain't just for the people that did.
Congresswoman. She was a congresswoman.
Yes, man. They also twerk, so call for those who they think they're showing respect for.
Only doing it because
So it's delusional all around the board.
So the thing is, right, the way how I see it, right, like they said that George Bush was going to go and bomb a whole bunch of people in the Middle East and whatnot, but then when Obama came, right, he actually sent out the most drone strikes, like then more drone strikes and more strikes than pretty much any president in recent time, right? They say that exactly. They say that Trump was going to doing all these things, and then literally Joe Biden ended up doing those things. Exactly, like none of those things happen, and the same thing now those things are happening for the next presidency. Like I see it as such that like anything that they're saying a president's going to do, irrespective of party, even though I only mentioned a one-sided statement that only hurt the Democrats. Like if they make a statement about a president doing something and that president doesn't do it, the next president will, most likely.
And that's a fact. The issue here is none of these people are for you. They're all against you, every single one. They have the gift to gab. You have to be a narcissist to seek election. And then you have to be what can I say? You have to be a sociopath re-election. These people, they have no regard for you, man. Gone are the days where it was a farmer or a shop owner, a shopkeep who came in, legislated for their 2 years, and then because they didn't want it, they came in to do a job and got rid of whatever, or did whatever they had to do for their country, for their community, and then moved on. The problem here is the senators, the U.S. senators, have there's nobody to check them in their states. Their governors can no longer.
Oh my God! They just passed the biggest spending bill ever.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. McCarthy just acquiesced to freaking Joe Biden and agreed with that debt ceiling bill, and here we are, all about to suffer because of it. And they need to revoke his. They should have never given him the speakership, but they knew what he was going to do. He's the money man. This is what he does. It's insanity, man. I'm just tired of it, man.
Why do you think you heard no Democrat crying about McCarthy?
Hell no, they didn't.
Because
but
he's
like I
one of
said,
them.
these sorry ass motherfucking Republicans voted these sorry pieces of shit in. If you don't shut up, dog, I'm gonna come kick you through the screen. Hey.
He said, nigga, you won't do shit.
I think he just said, come do it. That's what I thought I heard. I could be wrong.
No, you're right.
They raised the debt ceiling $4 trillion in 2 years.
Oh my God.
Do you people understand what that means?
No, they
that
don't.
means more money to Ukraine. There's nothing else. None of that will go to America.
Black thoughts. It would go to the IRS.
We will feed Israel. We will feed all the other countries, and screw you Americans. That's
Yo, Black
what it
Ops.
means.
That money could also go to things like the organization that is always taking freedoms, that acronym for that, and also the IRS. It could be going to like, but ultimately it's out. It's basically a big middle finger to the citizens. Ultimately, either way.
Yes, I don't disagree. I don't disagree. That's where the money will go. But guess what? All the degenerates cheering and saying, "Oh, it's such a good thing."
It's gonna go to Senator over there. That the
That's
Senate
insane.
is it the Senate or the House that appoints the board
both
for
are.
the Kennedy Center?
That's the Senate. That's the Senate.
See, you get what I'm saying? It's insanity, man. Whatever, man. I'm just gonna save my little ducats for what I'm gonna spend them on, and F everybody else.
Hey, like I said in the back chat, bro, I'm just spending my money just to make sure I'm happy while I'm here on this earth because tomorrow ain't promised, and I ain't saving none of this shit to give to someone else. Fuck these motherfuckers.
99.9%
That's
of that money
insane, bro.
is going to go to the Anti-American Commission.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
that's what it's going to go.
That's why I'm not a organ donor.
Ain't no way. Hell no.
There's no way I'll
Hey,
be
let
that.
me
I
ask
cannot do that.
y'all this. Let me ask y'all this, like, because I was looking into this, right? Like, let's say 100 years from now, because now I know a lot of us remember, remember, like, for a quick second, we saw a lot of commercials. No matter where you live, it was a push like cash for gold, cash for gold. They was trying to get everybody to trade their gold in. Yeah, exactly, right? So look, right, 100 years from now, considering now, right now, we leave like, okay, let's say a home or some money, like CDs. Like I got a CD for my daughter cash deposit, right? That grows. What would you say 100 years from now would be how people leave generational wealth, if any at all?
They won't be able to.
Really?
Generational wealth will be gone because
Wow.
That's the direction we're going anyway.
Yeah,
But if
we're
you're
heading
asking,
that way anyway, bro.
if you're asking, does gold hold its value? The answer is yes, because gold. The reason, so people don't understand the reason why gold holds its value. It isn't because it is
Looks
shiny
fancy.
and pretty. It's because the painstaking process it takes to mine it. There's a finite amount of it, and it is very, and I mean very, electrical conductive.
That's a
You
fact.
you can send and boost signals with it.
Mhm.
It has several uses. That's why diamonds are so valuable. Diamonds are used industrially. The diamonds that are sold for the most money are industrial diamonds. Diamonds that you see in K's or all these other offshoots, though, pretty little princess cut diamonds, etc. Those are paled in comparison to the amount of diamonds they mine for industrial use. So a lot of people just don't understand why things hold value. Same thing with platinum, same thing with silver, same thing with tin, same thing with the various ores, zinc, and and copper, etc. These things have.
So would you
greater
say
use.
worldwide gold holds more value than oil itself, or are they about the same?
I'd say oil
About the
is
same.
easier mined than gold.
They're about the same because oil is the lifeblood of any community. I mean, any
But gold
economy.
is way more valuable than oil, and it's because it's because the sources are finite. I'm not saying that oil isn't valuable, but in any given day they can frack and find more. Gold,
I guess so.
Gold is so hard to find, and then when you find a vein of it, it's a painstaking process to get it out. It's insane, and just to get a few ounces, you see those. You guys have seen gold miners. You've seen those shows.
Yeah.
Those are huge operations. That insane.
That's a fact.
insanely huge operations, and then a week's worth of
I have
digging,
seen that.
A week or two or a month's worth of digging yields like 30, 40 ounces of gold dust that they have to then refine to a brick or something. Beyond that, the finer points of gold mining.
Nah, I get what you're saying, Black. I have seen those the gold mining shows, and you're not lying. Like they do, like the process to mud, the little slides, and this little look like a cement mixer, and all of that, and then they come out with like this little crack amount of handful worth. Look like they got a little under an 8 ball. You know what I'm saying? And it's like all of that for that. And look, at the end of the show, they be like, whoo, they high five and they like, good day, fellas. I'm like, what?
Oh my God.
I
get you, bro.
That brings us to something else, right? Because I can talk about the debt ceiling all goddamn night, but I'm not going to. I want to talk about something that's near and dear to my motherfucking heart, and that's God's chicken.
Oh my gosh, cornbread? What?
That's God's chicken.
Why
I knew it.
Why they fucking up God's chicken, man?
What you mean? Okay, so there are two things. Are you talking about how it's all industrial?
No,
Chick-fil-A.
No.
Talking about Chick-fil-A, man. Chick-fil-A.
This is the CEO of Chick-fil-A.
Just to put some words to action here.
Look what
and if we need to find somebody that needs to have their shoe shine, we need to just go right on.
Wait. Stop. Uncle Tom, give me context. Give me a brief context before I see what I'm saying. What am I saying?
So the CEO of Chick-fil-A said all white folks should be fucking cleaning the shoes of black folks. This nigga is taking Chick-fil-A woke, dog.
Well,
he would have been better off just being open on stuff.
Remember when this happened? This happened like 3-4 years ago.
I understand that, right?
No.
He put out tweets now on this shit now.
Yeah, and then 2 years ago they hired a diversity and inclusion vice president, a black dude, and that's going viral now because people didn't realize, of course, they were in the midst of the the V. So
I don't get it.
They didn't pay attention. So yeah,
this is crazy. I don't get it. Like all he had to do, he could have just all he had to do was just be open on Sundays. Could have cut through all this.
Listen, it was one thing people gonna do. They're gonna buy them some Chicky-fil-A. Okay.
Listen, hold on. This nigga's messing with. Listen, I can't respect the man that's over here doing
and
this
shine their
job.
shoes. And whether they got tennis shoes on or not, maybe they got sandals on, it really doesn't matter.
I think I'll slap the shit out of a nigga.
There's a time in which we need to have, some personal action here. Maybe we need to give him a hug too, brother.
And some stock in Chick-fil-A.
Yeah, he didn't say that shit, bitch.
But
yeah,
that's wild.
1,500
Wait a
of
minute.
these, and I
why,
gave.
why didn't you say, yeah, I'm gonna give you that stock in Chick-fil-A? Why didn't he say that shit? Yeah, old pussy, don't shine my shoes. Give me that money.
I'm not
nigga.
gonna lie. This is really cringe. I'm not gonna lie. It's cringe.
All you have to do for black people is
cringe.
Because it's been proven. All you have to do for black Americans is give them gestures. You don't have to give them money. You am I lying?
You sell them hope.
Yeah, because a lot of them are actual gestures. That's actually true. That's actually true. Like he's saying, like give a lot of black people gestures because a lot of them. He's saying give a lot of black people gestures with a G because a lot of them are gestures with a J.
Yeah. Yes. There you go. Court gestures. Look, they give them a title. Hey, you're now vice president of diversity inclusion. Then they get to go to their church.
Yeah. See, that's the thing.
I'm vice president.
Yeah. yeah. But see, that's the thing. That's the thing that a lot of Negroes don't realize. When I see that as cringe, a lot of black folks will look at that. Negroes will look at that and be like, oh yeah, look at the white man. And it's like, little do you know, he is disrespecting the shit out of us right now. See, the thing is that I'm looking at how you see what I'm saying. I recognize that reversal shit. No, he's like, I know you all are very emotional. Let me go ahead and pat you on the back in case usual.
Give you a kiss on
It's
your
right back to
forehead.
business. Yeah, man. So that's all I wanted to just throw in there.
It's all better.
And
It's
real
all better
quick,
now, nigga. That's what he doing to you, sorry, dumbass.
please.
Oh, that shit is.
That wasn't him really trying to kiss ass like I feel bad. No, that was a cocky, arrogant. That was so like, nigga, fuck you.
You're inferior. It's your inferior.
I saw through that, bruh.
You are
Yes.
inferior to me, and you have to be coddled like a child.
Like
This
I
is-
said, as soon as money was put on the table, he ain't said a
So
motherfucking
Black.
thing.
There you go, Black.
But then we have the mouthpieces of the quote black community unquote, who they pay handsomely to continue the message. But you see, these one thing's for sure, two things for certain. The baby boomers are dying in droves, and the Generation Xers are on their way as well. And then all that will stop. But then we'll have the Ibram X Kendis and the what's that lady's name? The color, whatever her name, Patrice Cullors. And the rest of them who are the new age 2.0 hustlers, the race hustlers. This lady, they are despicable people, man. Despicable. Have you read anything? I had the misfortune of reading something that Ibram X Kendi wrote. It was like reading
Nothing.
It was like reading the pontifications of a second grader. How this man parlayed this into a multi-billion-dollar industry, and then for him hundreds of millions of dollars. I have no clue.
It's a giant grift, brother.
Listen, Ibram X Kendi, when you look at his works, as you said, it's like a giant second grader.
My
but
God.
Guess what? You know what Ibram X Kendi offers? He offers
a feel good
symbolism bullshit.
Yeah.
And that's what all of the older blacks like.
Oh my God. Say it again.
They don't want anything tangible. They will turn down anything tangible. They
he apologized, and we are people of the Lord, and he
we
apologized.
shall
So since he apologized, we'll give him a
Hey,
second.
can I say one thing to that real quick, Blacks? Because you know what's sad? I actually, and I ain't gonna get deep into it, but I've been going through like a little slight like the elders in my family, like my aunts and uncles, my father. I love them to death. Not here to talk nothing bad, but it's like I peeped that, and it's like it's so crazy how we grow up and we take what they say such as law. And then when you come to a certain understanding and or overstanding of life, when you start to point out certain things, it's almost like they look at you like the devil got you, or you rebellious, or something wrong with you. And it's like, no, I just see I see the cracks in what y'all been telling us all this time. Yeah. I'm not even saying everything is wrong, but I do see the flaws in this right here. And it's not as like for the long, I had me thinking this was an impenetrable force. Like this, if you go by this code, this all, what we do, you are untouchable. And then you realize how touchable you are the more you go by it. Yeah. And so then when you start to question it, it's like, it's something wrong. Like, oh yeah, y'all generation, y'all you don't listen. And it's like, damn. Now I got to be in the mind state of, do I respect my elders or not? And I do respect you, but I can't go by what you're saying.
Yeah.
Because I see what's happening before my very eyes today.
Yeah. Respect is definitely not.
That's all. I digress. My mic is muted.
Yeah. Respect is not blind obedience. Respect is definitely questioning. You question the narrative, question everything. believe nothing. What
Hey,
Reagan said it.
Yeah, go
What did
ahead.
Reagan say? He said, believe nothing of what believes nothing of what you see and 20% of what you nothing of what you hear and 20% of what you see. It's just you have to question.
Why do you think? Why do you think? Sorry.
No, I was done. My statement was done, sir.
Why do you think that why the Democratic Party doesn't deal with the young kids and they have moved on to the immigrants? Because the young kids realize, I don't want your symbols. Do something.
We want that money, that guava.
The older folk are telling young kids, no, just wait.
And these young,
do you realize these older Negroes have been waiting their entire life?
All while Jesse Jackson gets distribution deals from Budweiser. That's what happened. I remember that lawsuit in the 90s, late 80s, early 90s, where he sued that Coca-Cola, Budweiser, Coca-Cola, the rest of them, for deliberately advertising alcoholic beverages on billboards in those communities. And he pulled the lawsuit. They settled with him, and they gave him several multi-million-dollar distribution hubs. And that's what he's run for the Taste of Chicago. He provides all the alcohol and beverages within for all those festivals in Chicago, etc. So he inculcated himself.
Black Thoughts. I actually kind of got some pushback on what you said about the Democrats not going for the kids. They may not be doing it directly anymore, but I'm not gonna flat out say Democrats. It just like people with liberal mindsets and tendencies that kind of go against the benefit of the country as a whole. Like we see these social media like Mongols, with these celebrities and stuff. They're pushing all this wokeism agenda, pushing this you can be any pronoun you want agenda. You can be a transformer or Decepticon type of agenda. That stuff, yeah, exactly. Robots in disguise, like literally, like they pushing all that on the younger and younger kids, where their brain is extremely palatable. Like it was this CIA agent on YouTube. I guess he kind of getting famous now. He probably still active, even though he says he's not. But he said something that I agree with. He said that there are 3 different phases of human development, essentially, right? There's the 0 to 7. There's 7 to 13, and then there's from 13 to 25, right? A lot of these kids 0 to 7, they have the most palatable minds possible. You can basically mold them to do anything. And when you're introducing these ideas and notions that are bad for them, they gonna think it's normal because they're young enough to be able to think it's normal.
Yep. Well, I agree with you.
There's no disagreement there.
Yeah, man, it's wild, bro.
Well, it also takes no time. How many years did it take to, what did that KGB agent say? When he
KGB?
Yeah, KGB agent say when he defected to America. About
Yuri Beznikov.
Yeah, Yuri Beznikov. How many years it takes? It takes what was it? I forgot how many. 10 years.
Like 2 generations or something like that.
It was like 25 years. Not even.
Yeah.
But it'll take 50 years to undo it. And and this is what they've done. Here we are. Same thing with China. Everybody keeps talking about China, Marsha, talking about how China is taking over the world, but they're not, because they don't have anybody to bequeath what they're doing to. They're dying in droves. There's nothing but old ass people. Well, the average age in China is like 37.
That's Japan too. That's Japan too.
Yeah, Japan is done for, but they killed off their prime minister. They're done for. But China was seen as some sort of bulwark that was impenetrable, but they are having a birthing crisis. Nobody wants to get married. nobody is. They can't pay them. They said we'll give you a $7,000 a year subsidy if you have children. They're saying, nah, we're not. We don't want to have children, and that's a direct correlation to what they did 30 years ago when they implemented the one baby policy.
Mhm.
So everybody that's been inculcated into the psyches of everyone who lives there, and they're understanding, hey, yeah, we don't want to have more than one child, so we won't. And not only that, we'll one up you. We just won't get married.
Well,
And no
that's
matter how much,
that's they say that now, but the thing about being over there is they are literally a dictatorship.
well, yeah, I'm saying they can create baby farms where they force people to have intercourse with one another to create to bolster the population.
It's not that they created; they already have them.
Yeah,
to be
but-
honest with you.
let's
show you
read
some
his text.
videos.
B-Rad says black and white people should for sure just be American because we don't say European American. Black people don't have any other culture than American. If you listen to them, it's white is doing good and the black is bad.
Bro, it's
That's
all
a
a big
fucking fact.
falsehood, bro. Like, literally, bro. Like, there are black and white pieces on checkerboard, bro.
Say that
Like,
again.
like, literally, bro. Like, people don't understand, man. Like,
Which is
honestly,
also symbolic for masonry, but let me shut up. Whatever. All right.
so
Well,
when it comes to the
everything's a symbol of masonry, though. Just to be
yeah,
honest with
and I ain't gonna lie. Before the Jesuits took control of it in the 1700s, they weren't at all what they are now.
The
B-Rad, thanks for that $10 super chat, brother. I'm sorry, I'm over here installing stuff. I haven't done nothing with this computer, bro.
Shout out to
Man,
B-Rad. It's a document. My bad though, but to touch on what you had said, who had said that? I think it was Blacks who said that. But when it comes to the idea of the document, I mean, when it comes to the idea of like the birth rate going down in these first world countries, it's a documentary coming out being made as we speak. I think it's already done now, but it's waiting to be dropped called "Birth Gap: Childless World" by Stephen J. Shaw.
Okay,
I can't wait to
yeah.
see it when it comes out. And he actually has like a preview that shows the economic side about how we're not producing enough children. This whole depopulation, this whole population issue thing is all BS. Currently, right now, we have enough food to feed 12 billion people, but
Yes,
2
it's
billion are
not-
starving.
We don't have a food crisis whatsoever.
all.
It's insane. It's insane. The problem we have is a distribution crisis. They deliberately withhold things. They pay farmers since the 50s to or before to destroy crops. They pay them a subsidy to deliberately destroy crops, and we overproduce. If anything, the issue here is how do we get it to people? How do we stop the oligarchies from stymieing the proliferation of needed resources? Africa is a bread
Black. Oh,
yeah. I was just
Yeah.
going to say,
Nah,
Africa
black.
is a bread
Yeah,
basket,
go ahead.
and none of the land is used to produce any sort of viable crop. It is
Ukraine is a bread basket too.
Yeah, no, I know that
I can-
Ukraine is, but I'm saying Africa.
Ukraine is being used. Ukraine's being used because they sell rice and wheat and all the other
Yeah,
stuff.
Ukraine gets
Yep.
used, but I'm saying Africa is even more fertile, and they
Mhm.
still
Yep.
don't use it. It's insane. Anyway, go ahead, Smitty. You were saying, sir.
No, I just no very small part on a very teeny scale, a small scale of what you all saying. Of course, I'm sure y'all know I've been a chef of about 28 years now, and I only tell you how much food I have seen been thrown away, man.
Isn't that
And
crazy?
I mean, like, and it's like they have a like they have like a thing where it's like even though it's still good, I swear, bro. I have thrown away endless pots of like rice and stuff. Perfectly fine. It's just technically past the time date. The sticker on it says dispose. So I have to, but it's great. And it's like, I be saying like, it has to go in the trash. And when I tell you from my years of just being one chef, the amount of food I have possibly seen enough food thrown away to feed possibly my whole city that I live in for a year throughout my almost 3 decades of being in the kitchen. How much shit is thrown away that's perfectly fine.
You are so right. It's so funny. Listen, when I was a freshman in college, I had, you know, how they give you those government subsidized jobs when you're working, you know, work study, whatever. So my work study, I had to be the omelet station maker. So I had to get up at 3:30 a.m. to get to the cafeteria by 4 so that I could crack all the eggs. At first we were using egg beaters, but instead of using egg beaters, the chef said, no, I want to use actual eggs. So that's how I learned how to separate the yolk from the whites. You know,
that's some bullshit.
So, and then, so I remember I was like, what are we doing with the rest of the egg? And he said, oh, toss it. I said, I'm cracking like 300 eggs. I'm like, you're not going to do anything with this? You could use this to bake with something? No, not anything. Just throw it away. I was just like, my God, dude. He said, that's garbage. And I just was like, you know, like, it's just to bolster your point, Smitty, that they throw away so much. And you're like, my God, how is there a food crisis? Where is this food coming from?
Exactly, bro. Like I'm one of them have said that too. Like, oh yeah, it's a shortage in food. I'm like, nigga, where? I'm in the kitchen, bro. I'm right there. I'm there on delivery day. I see when we are still overstocked and we have to get rid of whole boxes of like chicken patties, all kinds of stuff, bro, that is perfectly fine, but we just have to make room. Shut up. We have to make room for the new load to come in. And we're not allowed, like, can't nobody take it home. You can't give it away. You're not allowed. No, it has to be thrown away. You can't even feed the fucking bread to the birds. It has to be thrown away. And that, I ain't gonna lie, that's the liberal side of me that I'm like, this is effed up, bro. I ain't gonna lie. That's when I'm like, what the fuck is going on, man?
Completely anecdotal. Pigeon, by the way, even city pigeon is some good eating.
This nigga.
Yes, they do. Oh, yes, they do. The squirrels and the birds downtown DC. Oh, yes, they do.
They're good eating. They're not diseased at all, like people say.
No.
If you kill a pigeon right now and you cut open its belly, you will see that they eat nothing but seeds. You know, meaning it's not garbage. It'll be good. It'll be the herbs that grow around the city that people can't identify because we've lost the ability to identify good food. They eat all that stuff. And when you eat the breasts of a pigeon, it looks like red meat. And the thing is, before the chicken was the main consumed bird, it was the pigeon.
They let out pigeons out here for consumption during famine. Yes, they did. They released them. Pigeons were brought here. Yes, they were, Black. Yeah.
It was pigeon. But you know, these are the
things. What up, Nightish?
That people need to know in order to survive. You know, dandelion tea, dandelion salad, things like that.
Very good for your blood.
Exactly. I'm just making it clear I'm not eating frog legs. No frog legs for Smitty. Y'all keep that shit. I'm gonna get regular chicken wings, nigga. I don't care if it tastes like it.
These have, but again.
All right. Okay. To segue after this, I have something to show, which I thought was disturbing.
Rat said pigeon titties,
but I don't live in Cali, so y'all know
with nipples.
Y'all know anything that comes out of California is from the devil.
Except for the strawberries. But anyway,
I'm not gonna lie, Uncle Tom. Anything come out of Florida's the devil. Florida, y'all be tripping. Don't even act like y'all don't be tripping in Florida.
You might as well throw New Jersey in there too.
Florida be tripping, bruh.
B-Ray, you trying to tell us something with your avatar? you marrying a white woman?
Hell yeah, he know the deal.
All right, continue.
All right, so here we go. Just watch the video. if it plays.
What I'm about to tell you is one of the most disturbing things you will ever hear in your lifetime. This is my son at about 28 days old, and right now in California, legislation is being passed that would make it legal to murder him. This bill, AB 2223, would make it absolutely legal to kill babies, not just in the womb, but now outside of the womb up to 28 days old. It would also prevent law enforcement from conducting any type of criminal investigation into the matters of the death of an infant. Many of us have been talking about not just being pro-life, but being anti-abortion for a long time now. And people say, oh, there aren't people who love abortion. They just want the freedom to choose. Who on earth would choose to murder a 28-day-old child like mine that I showed you in that video? This is the work of demons, and we must bow our knee and pray and overturn this legislation.
What do you think about that right there?
Well,
SICK.
Well, all I'm saying is this: they've already legalized pedophilia out there. Okay,
that's true.
So I don't know why anybody wouldn't see this coming. They want to destroy you. Okay, there's no secret about it. They don't need to be secretive. They have the votes. People are going to vote along party lines. They don't care. You are cannon fodder. You are a peon. You're a plebeian. Okay. They don't give a damn about your livelihood, and they will kill your children. 28 days, and barring police from the investigation of a child, of a child's death. Whether so then why put? And I know this question has been posed several times. Why put away the felon who then commits a double murder by killing a mother who was with child? Because it's a double standard. They need slave labor according to the 13th Amendment, and they also want to destroy you. And it isn't black people; it's just everyone, man. Everybody. If you're not quote white, and
you're
what
not,
do I mean by
if
that?
you're not elite.
That's what I mean by white, not the color. Because Herodotus, if you read Herodotus, who described Greek life and also the life of Egyptians, he didn't make mention to black people and white people as a color. He made mention to black people and white people as a class. If you were white, you were in the upper class, meaning you had a privilege of having been born into that caste, that class. Not anything to do. So that's what I mean by white people, the whites, those who are deemed white. And it's only a few hundred of them.
Well, if you are considered to be a heretic, which is pretty much going to be the majority of individuals, you're considered to be
black.
Goyim, you're considered to be cannon fodder, and you're considered to be long pig.
There you go.
All right. I thought that shit was sickening.
Yeah,
and it even further my existence not to ever go to California unless I'm going.
Tom, you're gonna make me go to war, bro. I'm so serious. I told my brother, he lives there right now, man, pursuing his desire to be in that industry, that hell, Satan landscape. And I told him, I said, I don't even understand how you can live in California, man. I haven't stepped foot in Cali since 2003, and that's too soon.
All right, so this is what happened recently. I don't know if y'all seen this.
No, I don't know.
Well, oh shit, the fuck did I just do? Nope. No.
Only on CBS.
Yeah, I remember CBS.
3 local Marines are recovering from an attack by a large group of teens in San Clemente. It happened Friday night near the pier. Disturbing video shows 2 of the Marines taking cover on the ground as they're being repeatedly kicked in the head and upper body. The Orange County Sheriff's
Office
to track down the culprits.
This is considered an assault with a deadly weapon because of the amount of suspects that we are investigating.
The weapons that were used were their feet while these victims were on the ground. So regardless if the victims choose prosecution or choose medical attention, the sheriff's department is going to investigate this to the fullest and try to determine who the suspects are.
One of the Marines
Hey, I'm sorry, Uncle Tom. Uncle Tom, real quick. Uncle Tom, hold up. Did he say the weapons the suspect used was their feet?
Hey, it was getting stomped out by 40 people.
Bro, why don't you just say that they got stomped out? They got stomped out.
Because they're upping what they're doing. They're upping the charge from a regular assault to assault
From
with a deadly
battery
weapon.
to
Oh, so this isn't a regular crime.
No. This is upcharge.
Ah.
The thing
Oh
is-
shit! Never mind. Go ahead. Go ahead.
All right, continue. Just press play.
Which one did I miss? B Rad? I don't know which one I missed.
You said what?
Oh, I don't know. Hold on one. Was it this one? Starts with the. He's very proud of his milestone. Oh, okay. Yeah, it doesn't say the milestone on this end. I don't see what you're talking about. But the white lady's looking for it.
Look, man, they're going to those Semper Fi devil dogs should have either ran or up the burner, man. I just 40 of them, man. Somebody's getting shot.
So you know they're in California, right? And the gun laws suck over.
Yeah, I know.
But here we go. Here, let's finish it out.
Middleton at one of their favorite spots near the San Clemente Pier when 30 to 40 kids showed up on the beach. This is video from a resident who says he called deputies multiple times about the unruly crowd. According to the injured Marine, the teenagers lit off fireworks.
Them grown-ass
and when
motherfucking
debris hit him in the
individuals.
face, he politely asked them to leave.
And they were lighting off fireworks. They were being belligerent. They were being obnoxious and annoying other people. So we went up to them, told them to stop.
And that's when he says the
All right, so as a motherfucker with just 30 motherfuckers, no one see. This is why I say Marines are stupid. This is the reason why I say Marines are stupid. I have nothing against you, but a motherfucker in the Army or Air Force would have said 30 to 40 of these niggas, and it's 3 of us. Yeah, we ain't fighting that battle.
Yeah, man, I'm out.
That's not a battle you can win.
Listen, it goes to Smitty's point. I heard Smitty make this point before. He said, well, I think it was on CT's show. He said, man, I'm not talking to nobody. What did you say, Smitty? He's not there. Look.
That shit's crazy.
It's dumb. That's dumb. Okay.
Yeah, there's no way in hell I'm taking on 30 to 40 people. I don't give a damn. If it was 20 motherfuckers, there was just 3 of us.
Man,
we are
it was
outnumbered,
10.
bro.
If it's 10, if it's 5, I'm just not doing it, man. Because
Listen,
even if I win,
listen,
I'm saying even if I win, and it's with that amount, it was 3 against 5. Even if we win, I lose, because now the narrative is 3 Marines. You know, they'll say
5, 5 non-trained.
Yes.
People. Yeah.
Yep. And then the Marines get court-martialed, mustered out of the doggone service, and then the state police get a hold of them and prosecute them to the fullest, and each one of them receives 15 years.
B-Rad, that would be the chair force. Chair force get dragged on, or if you really want to get to it, it is the Coast Guard.
yeah, there you go. Coast Guard's not even under DOD. Coast Guard's not even under DOD. It's under the State Department.
Yeah, State Department. But they still get the same benefits though. So
they do. No, they don't.
Yes, they do. They're only missing one. Only thing they're missing is one actual benefit.
And that they don't get the V. Do they get the VA?
Mm-hmm.
What? There was one thing they don't get. What was it? What don't they get?
I can't remember. I can look it up for you. It's
Something.
been a while.
There was something. It was a
It's
big
only one thing they don't get that we get.
Was it post 9/11?
It might be post 9/11. It might be
Okay.
that.
Anyway, it's so funny they're called the Coast Guard, but they go all the way out into international waters. That's crazy.
Well, they're the police on the water.
But I'm saying when I say international waters, I mean they'll go all the way to Africa.
Yeah, I know.
You know what I'm saying? That's insane. But they might as well be the Navy.
I'm just saying, Coast Guard get talked about more in the air. Well, they don't even consider the Coast Guard a actual, department,
service.
actual service. So if you want to really talk about the real services, I think it's the Chair Force the most.
Yeah, the chair force gets talked about a lot. Why don't you? So what else happened? So press play.
Oh yeah,
Crowd
okay.
Followed them over to the pier, and things turned violent.
You
The
beat
Lance
that
Corporal
up.
thinks he may have a concussion from being beat up and stomped on. There are 2 city cameras here on the side of Fisherman's
Yeah, I'm going to
Restaurant
sit
that
call
may
every day
have
from there.
captured what
I'm
went
telling
on
you.
here Friday night. The mayor tells me that the city's IT staff is working right now to get those images to Sheriff's Department
I'm
investigators.
gonna have Tourette's and
I made a comment
everything.
during our speech here at the community center where I said, look, this is San Clemente. Marines are always welcome here, always going to be celebrated, always taken care of. And that's
Other than
why
that-
this is so particularly tragic.
We told them that we were Marines, so they would leave, but they didn't. They just kept going at it.
In San Clemente, Michelle Geely, KCAL News.
Oh, shit was crazy.
But
Okay, hold on.
All
Let me,
right.
hold on. Let me mute myself.
okay.
They say patience is a
What the hell? Okay, so the backstory on that is actually the adult, not a Marine, witness that called the police an hour before this happened. He called 4 times. He called the first time, and all these idiots were on the beach. Like they were destroying property. There was a ton of them, right? So he called the police and he's like, he gave them the descriptions. He gave them everything, right? They didn't show up. And the police literally said to him, he gave him timestamps, everything. He was pissed. And he said, they literally told me on the phone they're not coming because they're not going to break up kids just having fun.
Yeah.
So then he calls again because it's bad. And so on the third call, they finally show up high. Like he said, there was a name of a cliff, shined their flashlights and told them to go to the pier. They go to the pier and that's where all that stuff happened. And he was more than happy to share. He's like, look, if they had done their job, none of that would have happened. Absolutely none of it. They were a bunch of, it wasn't like, kids being like, yay, we graduated or whatever. He's like, they were a bunch of derelict idiots that were destroying property. They were doing all kinds of stuff. And he was like, I saw the whole interview earlier that whoever that guy was that was just talking is a loser because they're lying. They're lying. They're leaving out the crucial part of it that the police didn't do their job.
Well, they said the police didn't show up the first time.
4 times. This one man called 4 times. Can you imagine how many other people called? I mean, that's just insane. They could have been dead. 40 against how many? 3?
Yeah, they survived. I mean, my God, I can't believe they survived that.
I know.
And these children they run around carte blanche, man. They don't have they have no consequence or repercussion for their actions.
And it's California, so it's just going to keep getting worse.
Yeah, man. And they robbing people, the people from Lululemon losing their job just by calling the police on these idiot nigglets running in there, just snatching and grabbing and running. It's insane, man. They don't care. Nobody cares.
Well, you're going to call police on yoga pants? I mean, seriously, who cares? They're not yours.
Insane. But the fact that they lose
their job. Yeah, you're right.
You know, that's my problem. You know, I wouldn't have called the police. I'm like, have at it, and I'm not even going to report.
Right? I'm
like,
not
y'all
losing
can have
either.
this, man.
Have the crap.
Yep. I'm like, they don't want it. I'm like, I mean, the result is they're going to close the doors anyway. So, but and these people are out of their mind, and you don't have any recourse. There's no recourse for it. So the only recourse I can see is just to move away, man, and let those places become the hellscapes they've always been.
Yep.
And then they'll try and come to my neck of the woods, and I'll be inculcated with my guns. And as soon as you come in here or anywhere around here, man, I'm gonna two-piece you. One in the head and one in the heart. And I don't care how old you are, I do shoot children.
Yep. Exactly. Children get it too.
I mean,
I did say that. Listen, if I could do it down range, don't make me do it in the hometown.
Yeah, I'm trying to tell you.
All right, I got some more for you guys. So this is now we're gonna go to the
what is
bullshit
Ruthless
side.
doing?
Ruthless went to sleep.
What you talking about?
Damn, this nigga wake up real quick. That's that jail presence right there. That nigga, well, I ain't said shit, nigga. I ain't said shit. We're talking about Twitter now. Here we go.
Is that Pruno? You on that Pruno, Ruthless?
But you know, I'm in the lion mouth of the lion. This is what y'all need to understand. Y'all need to take my thumbnail, right? And
y'all get too specific with this shit. Hold on.
Well, it had to be 2 women.
All right.
Transgender ward?
Yeah.
Gender ward?
The equity, gender reveal gone wrong. That's all it says.
I think.
Damn, I look like I've been to something for real. Look at my face. It's dark, nigga.
I think the women are moving for power.
What's that? Okay, so this is why I don't like California, right? I'm sorry, Ruthless, but I don't give two shits. You know, I don't care about California, Chicago, or any one of these goddamn major cities. And California is a state, but whatever. I just can't do it. But look at this. This is what's unacceptable.
In the city.
Call 911.
Did we call 911?
Wow.
I remember this.
Oh no, this happened 2 days ago.
Oh.
Isn't that reparations right there? That sounds like reparations to me, man.
They're gonna be like top flight security. I know we have a no contact rule, but why did you grab the bag?
Or she grabbed the bag, or it might be a he. I don't know.
Whatever that is, grab the bag. Why did you grab? You're supposed to be the peace police.
You don't know what he could be holding on. He could be holding something.
Man, I'm not touching nobody. First of all, second of all, I'm gonna act like I didn't see it. I'm not gonna even stand in the aisle and watch him do it. I'm gonna retreat to whatever room they've designated mine, and I'm gonna sit there and watch Netflix. I'm not gonna watch.
You know why you should do that? Because they're gonna eventually close down that damn Walgreens, and then niggas are gonna cry. Oh, I ain't got nowhere to get my medicine.
Well, that's in Hollywood, huh?
Yes. And then they'll have a whole segment with a big fat black woman who rides the bus every day to go get.
It's the white people's fault.
Yeah, said I've been going to this Walgreens for 30 years.
Yeah. And
now I got to get my medication. The closest other Walgreens to me is 30 miles away, and it takes an hour and a half to get there by bus. I said, Geraldine has lived in the Watts neighborhood for the last 50 years. In the last 30 of them, she's been going to that Walgreens that you saw on the screen, where the boy, the young black man, was stealing Similac. Yeah, so I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm good. I don't know.
I had to find a way to cut this one on without cutting that one on. Yeah. All right. Yeah, that shit was stupid. And it's gonna continue to happen. They're gonna just make sure Ruthless. Just make sure you and everyone else that want to cry and complain about nothing, that it's the white people's fault. Stay in California. Don't go nowhere else. Stay. Don't bring y'all motherfucking problems nowhere else. Leave them in.
Hey,
You damn motherfucker.
You know who cry like that the most though? It's crazy.
Who?
The thugs and the gangsters. They the one to do. They want to.
I don't even care. Make sure your thugs and your gangsters stay in California. We don't want y'all nowhere else besides Chicago and New York. You gonna
That's
go
facts.
somewhere? Go to them places. Don't come here to Florida. No part of Florida. Matter of fact, them Latinos might run y'all out of
Florida's
there.
like Cali. What you mean?
No, it's not.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
They gang banging out there.
I ain't saying nothing about gangbanging. Gangbanging everywhere.
But
that's not
Cali
the point.
I'm talking about Crips and Bloods.
This is when you know you done had a bad day, Black Certified. Watch this shit. He gets hit by a pitch. Oh shit. Where's the sound at? Oh, here it is.
There's that gets away. Piscotty to second. And
Hit again.
he's hit again. Little chopper slowly hit right side. Walker.
Nice.
He does. Ball gets away. Here comes Piscotty. He is saved as the ball hit him.
He got hit 3 times in one inning.
Hey, that's
First Cardinal.
that's runner interference, and he's out.
There's that gets away.
How was that runner interference?
Second, and
Because he got hit by the ball. So he's out.
little chopper slowly
They
hit
didn't
right
call him
side.
out.
Long may beat it out.
Yeah, they probably just gave it to him. They could have challenged it, and he would have been out.
As the ball hit him.
No, they won't cover that one.
Yeah, I'm saying they could have challenged that, and he'd be out. That's per the rule.
Nah, as long as he's behind, the umpire, he's good.
No.
If he runs in front of him,
no, that's a different rule. The rule that I'm referring to is the runner or batter interference. If you are in the field of play and the ball's in play and they're trying to make the play, it is your duty to get out of the way. If you don't get out of the way and you get hit by a pitch, not the pitch, you get hit by the ball when the fielder is trying to get it to the receiver, then you are out. So
well, that's usually when you throw it to second base or third base, most likely.
No, even home. You have a duty. You have to stay. Well, you can move as far infield as 3 feet. So the batter has. Yeah,
it's
so
usually that call is usually called at the plate.
It's called the runner interference. Interference. If you get hit by the ball and you're on your way to a bag or home plate, and you get hit by the ball while it's in flight, you're out.
That's at the discretion, though. That's at the discretion of the
umpire. You're absolutely right. The ump has to call it, but
if the umpire sees that you intentionally ran in front of that ball, he gonna call you out.
Not intentionally. Nope.
Yeah, you gotta be intentional. Got the intentions, everything in that rule.
Nope.
If I just throw a bad ball,
intentionally, I'll tell you because
if I just throw a bad ball and hit you,
I'm trying to tell you, it doesn't have to be intentionally. No, not at all.
I would bet that.
All right, here. Okay, y'all can talk baseball. I know how you jigaboos can do. Y'all can talk baseball all day. That's a white man sport. You know what I'm saying? Let's go.
Baseball. Yeah.
Let's go back to these. Let's go back to this. Did y'all know? You got to listen to this. You got to listen to this.
South Korea reports seizing thousands of smuggled drug capsules containing an unusual added ingredient, the powdered flesh from dead babies. Some people believe they can cure disease. The Korea Customs Service says they were made in northeastern China from babies whose bodies were chopped into small pieces and dried on stoves before being turned into powder. But they wouldn't say where they believe the babies came from or exactly who made the capsules, citing possible diplomatic friction with Beijing. The contents, though, were identified by scientific testing.
When we analysed it, the powdered material sequence is better than a 99.7% match with a human DNA sequence.
No one's been reported ill from ingesting them, but scientist Shin Woo-gi warns they have the potential to be dangerous.
We also see superbacteria and other germs and viruses harmful to a person.
No,
if
this
consumed.
is not satire, Samuel.
Some of the capsules were carried in luggage. Others were sent by international mail.
This happened
Smugglers
a couple
told
days ago.
Customs officials they believed the capsules were ordinary stamina boosters and didn't know the manufacturing process. One official said no one's been punished, but a customs clearance director at Incheon Airport warned consumers should be careful about health food supplements where the ingredients aren't clearly marked.
Karen Sloan, The Associated Press.
You know, cannibalism is alive and well. So.
I'm just saying.
You know,
that is some weird shit, bro.
It's just it's sinful. It's terrible. I'm tired of it, man. You know, they kill babies carte blanche, and they don't care. They think that people are there. We just have an infinite supply. We don't. And we're proving that with the loss of equity in our countries. Money is not. It doesn't grow on trees. People don't grow on trees, man. And they just kill a child before it even has an opportunity to become someone. It's insane, man. I have no.
You just say they killed the child.
Yes.
Chopped him up, put him in pill form.
So, you think that wasn't meant to be?
I think that God has a plan for everybody, but because you interfere with it doesn't mean that it wasn't any less than God's plan.
So what about Egypt?
When you, for instance, there is God has he's omniscient and omnipotent, right? So he knows what's going to happen and what won't happen. So if you decide God has a blessing for you, for instance, let's just use this. God has a blessing for you, and you've asked God, hey, please, reveal to me what you have for me. And then you're moving in your life and you decide to take a detour, but you end up with the same result. It doesn't mean that that God didn't have that for you, but it does mean that what would have been easy for you to achieve, you've created dissidence and you created a problem where there shouldn't have been. And it's the same. And it's the same with children. The end result is them being in the bosom of the Lord. But the problem here is that people are malicious and evil, and that may not have been the means in which God would have had them be with him.
Well,
and it's sad.
You can't really say that.
Yes, you can.
I guess you said it right, but you got to add. I mean, you got to understand that God's sovereign, though.
Yeah, but you're not. You're not hearing me. I'm saying
I heard exactly what you're saying, but I'm saying you can't.
You have free will.
In Egypt, the angel of death killed the firstborn, right? Right. So
yes. So what was the caveat?
It doesn't matter. God just wanted to happen, right?
But what was the caveat? What caveat did God give them?
He just said he told the angels go kill the firstborn.
But what was the caveat he gave them? That he gave the children of.
Well,
what was the caveat that he gave the children of?
No, don't have to. I'm not. But see, this is what I'm saying. But that's not required.
It was required because he told them to do it.
God doesn't have to explain for every person he takes out.
But that's not that wasn't my point.
If you want explanation from God, then you got to talk to God about that, right?
But see, that's not my point.
Hold on. Slow down. Let's look at this, right? We as Christians have to acknowledge and understand that who is the dictator of life and death, right? We know that God is that. Everything happens for all things work together for the good to his glory, right? There's nothing that's just happening and somebody's overriding him or somebody's thwarting his plan, right? Everything is going exactly according to schedule. Now, whether it be death of a beautiful woman, a promising future kid, or a man with a family man, doesn't matter. If God points his time to go, it's just his time to go. And there's nothing anybody can do about it.
Okay. So when a child is born, according to God's word, blessed is the man whose quiver is full, which denotes that to God, every child is precious. So for the child to be born, every intention is for that child to grow to fruition, grow into adulthood. Now, to your point, does God know what's going to happen to this child? That this is a possible outcome to this child's life? Absolutely. But then there has the element that you're missing, which is your free will. God gives it to you. Since the garden, since the Garden of Eden.
Are you sure?
Since the Garden of Eden, since the Garden of Eden, because it's written. It's written that you have the ability to have free will. That's what's given to you.
Are you sure? Where they written that?
Yeah, absolutely. In Genesis. Would you like
Where?
the scripture reference? No problem. I'll give it to you. No problem. No problem. Give me a moment. But beyond that, as I find the scripture reference, you were tested. That's why Adam was tested. God knew exactly what was happening. God knew exactly what was happening. And that's why he asked Adam the question. You know, why are you hiding yourself, etc. That's why the question was asked. Does God have to ask you a question? Does he know? Of course he knows, but he gave him the opportunity to tell him what happened, and he failed. Hence free will. I'm saying you're given free will. You're given the ability to make decisions, but it doesn't. But while you,
it's let's just make it simple. I'm gonna put it in the Bible. The Bible showed that genocide was okay.
What'd you say, Tom?
The Bible proved that genocide is okay.
Well, I mean, yeah.
No. It is what it is. It is what it is.
It's okay. It's okay because
it's okay unless God said it's okay. But that's neither here nor there. I understand both sides of the argument. Some people agree with it. Some people have to get more into studying of it. I don't know what y'all gonna study. Y'all can study this shit all y'all want.
But I just want to respond to his.
Go ahead.
So all I'm saying is this, Defy, right? We can't. Okay, let's take the story of Job, right? When remember Satan came in the presence of God, and God said, "Have thou not considered my servant Job? For he's the most upright in all the land. There's none like him." And says, "Well, if you take everything a man has, he'll curse you to your face." So Satan leaves, he goes, and then God kills takes his whole family out down there, right? And our kids, everything, right? Families, took everything. And as this was happening, Job said, the Lord giveth and the Lord taketh away. The Lord giveth, the Lord taketh away. Then his wife looked at him and said, "Are you crazy? Why don't you curse God and die?" He said, "What, you can receive good at the hand of the Lord, but you cannot receive the evil." So he was acknowledging that God was doing all these things to him. He never said once that, "Oh, Satan, why are you doing this?"
Okay. I mean, that's because more people had more faith back then, if you want to call it that. That they know who was the person who was the arbiter of good and evil, and he knows, and he understood that nothing goes on without God's approval. Everything's being tested, no matter how you look at it. Everything you do is being tested, whether it's tested by God or tested your faith in yourself. You test yourself all the time. Too easy to fall into.
All right, Proverbs 16:9, Joshua 24:15, John 7:17, Revelations 3:20, Corinthians 10:13. Let's read them. Okay. So Proverbs 16, verse 9, the heart of man plans his way, but the Lord establishes his steps. Hence, my point. You have your own choice to make. You can choose God. God wants you to choose him, but he does order your steps. Hence, omnipotence. I know what you're going to do. I've ordered those steps.
Yep.
But you have to choose whether or not it's going to be easy or you're going to make it difficult, but it's gonna happen. Okay. Joshua 24, verse 15. And if it is evil in your eyes to serve the Lord, choose this day whom you will serve. Choose, okay? Whether the gods your fathers served in the region beyond the river, or the gods of Amorites, Amorites, in whose land you dwell. But as for me and my house, we will serve the Lord, which denotes a choice. John 7, verse 17. If anyone's will is to do God's will, he will know whether the teaching is from God or whether I am speaking on my own authority. Revelations 3, verse 20. Behold, I stand at the door and knock. If anyone hears my voice and opens the door, I will come in to him and eat with him, and he will be with me. Meaning you have decided that you want God to come into your spirit, to your household, to cover you. And if you accept the Lord and his sacrament, which is Jesus Christ, because that's what you're told to accept, then God, nothing can touch you. You know, they may be able to touch you physically, but they cannot have you spiritually. And then the last one that I'll give you is 1 Corinthians 10:13. No temptation has overtaken you that is not common to man. God is faithful, and he will not let you be tempted beyond your ability. But with the temptation, he will also provide the way of escape, that you may be able to endure it. So there's temptation, hence the Garden of Eden, tempted by whatever the fruit was. God provided their escape. All they needed to do was obey him. Denotes a choice. They chose not to. And then the curse was given. The heart of man is deceitful above all things and desperately wicked. Who can know it?
All right, you Bible
Let's have this
thumper.
conversation. Let's have this conversation.
No.
Why not?
No. God dang it.
We're almost done. We're almost done.
Oh my God.
Okay. So just to
I heard
just to respond, right?
Jeez, it's almost 1 o'clock in the morning.
Just to respond to, right? I'll go to Black.
Go ahead, hurry up.
So understandably, right?
3 minutes.
We know that when he said that with that Proverbs you read, where it's as many plans in a man's heart, but nevertheless the counsel of God stands. That's the scripture you read, right?
Yes.
So we know, once again, we know that God can't be defeated, correct?
Okay, continue.
And we know that God is the master of the universe, correct?
Okay.
And God is also the final authority, correct?
Uh-huh.
Because remember, Satan said, if you let me touch him, he would curse you, right? So God said, okay, you can touch him, but you can't kill him. So what God was delegating to Satan is what he can do and what he can't do, right? Because ultimately, God is his boss, right? God is the boss of every man and human, and everything above everything is God.
Do you have a choice to follow the law or not?
Hold on, Black. Let me. No, you don't, because we're born in the sin, right? We're
Do
sinners
you
by
have
nature.
a choice to follow the law or not?
No, that was Christ.
Do you have a choice
right?
to follow God's will or not? Do you have a choice to accept Jesus Christ into your heart?
Watch this though. Watch this, right?
I'm watching, but I haven't found anything yet.
Show you. We're gonna read Romans chapter 9. I'm gonna let Uncle Tom get over the show. I want to hijack his show, but I'm gonna read.
Already done. You got 1 minute.
I'm gonna try Romans chapter 9 for you real quick, and we're gonna and I'll pretty much be done with that. All right, hold on. Give me 1 second. I'm almost there. All right.
Time is ticking.
Okay, so here we go. All right, going back. All right, so starting at Romans, it says, I say the truth in Christ, I lie not. My conscience also bearing me witness in the Holy Ghost. That I have great heaviness and continual sorrow in my heart. For I could wish that myself were accursed from Christ for my brethren, my kinsmen according to the flesh, who are Israelites, to whom pertain the adoption and the glory and the covenants and the giving of the law and the service of God and promises, whose are the fathers, and of whom, as concerning the flesh, Christ came, who is over all God, who is over all, God bless forever. Amen. Not as though the word of God hath taken none effect, for they are not all Israel which are of Israel, neither because they are the seed of Abraham are they all children, but in Isaac shall thy seed be called. That is, they which are children of the flesh, these are not the children of God, but the children of promise are counted for the seed. For this is the word of promise. At this time I will come, and Sarah shall have a son. And not only this, but when Rebekah also conceived by one, even our father Isaac, for the children being not yet born, neither having done any good or evil, that the purpose of God according to election might stand, not of works, but of him that calleth. For he said unto her, the elder shall serve the younger. As it is written, Jacob have I loved, but Esau have I hated. What shall we say then? Is there any unrighteousness with God? God forbid. For he said to Moses, I will have mercy on whom I will have mercy, and on whom I will have compassion. I will have compassion. So then it is not of him that willeth, nor him that runneth, but of God that showeth mercy.
Okay. Then
I'm not sure. I don't see where you have disbarred or disbanded my point.
Well,
I heard what you read, and I know what you read, but that doesn't. I don't know how that's a retort.
Because once again, the kid's not even been born yet. God hated one and loved the other.
Okay, so but how does that stop you from having a decision?
Because God already loved Jacob. He was saved no matter what. No matter what. No matter what he did. No matter what he did, he was going to. Salvation was for sure.
So then so then after he stole the blessing from Esau, was Israel then punished?
No.
Yes, he was punished.
Not for that.
Yes, he was punished for that because he still broke a covenant. Yes, he was punished.
Not for that. No, he didn't.
Yes, he
okay.
was.
Well, here's the problem with the covenant and all this. Hold on. Do y'all see my moon getting blown up? Do y'all see my moon getting blown up?
He said, y'all see, well, yeah, I see that right there. Looks like CGI to me, man.
I know. I said the same thing. But that wasn't what I wanted to show you. Where's we at? Besides that one. Seen that one. Okay, here it was. Here it goes right here. God dog, y'all motherfuckers in these Bibles and shit. I had to call my mama so y'all can talk to my mama.
It's scary to see what's happening in the United States.
This is Canada.
Whether it's 2S LGBTQI plus rights that are constantly being attacked. My government will never let it happen. My government will always stand up unequivocally for women's rights, for 2S LGBTQI plus rights. It's scary to see.
Do you know what the 2S LGBTQS77 plus rights are? I don't even know what the hell the acronyms stand for anymore. And then here's the kicker to go off that. He said that we got to go right off into Disney hiring their first male princess.
I saw that, and there we go.
Here it is. This is a beaut right here.
So my name's Nick. I'm one of Fairy Godmother's apprentices. I'm here to shop you around and make all your selections for the day.
Since you have girls, right? Will you take your child to go see that?
No.
Oh, come on. Why not?
Because I'm not a degenerate.
Okay, I was wondering.
No, it's not gonna happen, and this just gives me further confirmation as to why I was apprehensive about going to Disney World this year.
Well, you don't have to go to Disney World. We can go to the Keys.
Yeah, it was most
help me get my wife to go to the goddamn Keys because I can't seem to get her to go to the Keys.
Well, I want to go to what's the name of that bay? Where you can pet all the animals.
Bay?
Huh?
Biscayne Bay?
I don't know. It's where you can pet all the animals. What's that place called? I don't remember.
I don't know. I don't know.
It's near Orlando. Or it might be in Orlando. I've never been.
No. Shit. I don't think it will be in Orlando because Orlando has no ocean.
I'm saying it's near. No, it's not in the ocean. It's
okay.
It's a
it
resort
might be
of some kind. It's
resort.
not. It may not be in a. Well, I can't remember. What was it called, man? Anyway, a couple people I know went there, and I was like, man, maybe I should go there.
Well, you know what? It's yeah. I don't know, man. I don't know.
I know I'm gonna stop through Ocala. I'm stopping to wherever you stay. Where you staying? Just go over there.
Yeah, that's right off 95.
That's right.
I'm over in Cocoa Beach area.
And we'll check them out. I'll check all you guys out. In December. When did you say you were coming through here?
We leaving. I think whatever the 8th is. I think it's next week, right, babe? Yeah, next week. Jesus
You
Christ,
coming?
quick.
How far? So you're on your way to Okie, huh?
Mm-hmm.
And Are you coming through Dallas? I can't hear you, man. You're muted. You're muted. Your microphone don't like you. I can't hear words you're saying.
Hold on, it won't let him unmute.
I'm not.
And it says can't unmute your guest. They're mute. They're mute.
No, look at
Their
my
mic
screen.
isn't connected.
My whole screen's not even in there. Hold on.
I'm looking at you.
No, look at
Hey,
that. I am not there.
I can see you.
Oh, what?
We're looking at you. But if I try to do your mic, it says can't unmute your guest. Their mic is not connected.
See, the reverse is happening to you that happened to me.
What he was telling you was we're coming through Shreveport and Dallas.
Oh man.
Yes.
We
We're just talking about you today.
Man, you can see the whole family, man.
I know. I'm excited.
Okay.
And the baby.
So
yeah.
we're gonna do Shreveport straight to Dallas. Dallas from 35 to 44 up.
Okay. So
Yeah.
you'll be 44. The connection to 44 is downtown Dallas.
Yeah.
Okay. Because I stay, of course, north of Dallas, and in the northeast suburb, northeast.
I mean, I could take look. I can find my way from Dallas. I mean, once I get to Dallas,
Yeah, if you take 35 down,
I can go through Decatur or I can go through Burke Burnett. It don't matter. I'm gonna go through all those.
If you take 35 down, you'll be in Denton or
Denton, yeah.
Denton County, or if you take Dallas North Toll Road, that's closer to me. Dallas North Toll Road, and it'll let you out on 380 and 380 up to where I stay, because I stay like 4 miles away from Dallas North Toll Road.
Okay.
Yeah.
For sure. I'll give you a call when I get close.
I'll be honest, because you could, and then from there, because I don't know where in Oklahoma you're going.
Lawton, Forest Hill.
Anyway, who I know?
That's where my whole mama's side.
It's funny.
My
One of the boys on my baseball team, his father grew up in Lawton, Oklahoma. His name is John. What's his last name? Hagan. John Arent. John. I can't remember his last name, but he sure did grow up in Lawton. And I told him, yeah, man.
How old is he?
Late 40s.
Oh, he way older than me.
Maybe in his 50s. Oh. His son, he has a young son, man. Let me see his last name. His dad was in the military. He's a military brat too. So yeah, what's his name? What's his last name? His name is Martin. John Martin.
No, I don't know John Martin.
Yeah.
I don't know. I ain't been to Oklahoma so damn long. I feel like everything.
Going up there just to see family, man.
Yep, going up there pick up the old lady, my mama, bring her back with us because we're gonna see how long it takes. Huh? No, see how long it's gonna take her before someone else calls her to come home. Yeah,
it won't take long.
It won't take long. But
my mom's coming up here in July. She said.
How long gonna take her before she go home?
2 days, not even. Hey, look, a couple years ago when my fourth child was born, she came up here literally for 8 hours. She flew from Chicago here and stayed here for 8 hours. And then I had to take her back to the airport by like 6 p.m. It was insane. I said, you might as well not have come.
Yeah. Bye. Till we meet again.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Ruthless. Great conversation.
I will debunk your argument. You're totally wrong.
And God bless to you too. But
so why you mute my mic?
I didn't mute your mic.
Oh, that was K.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was me because you're being fresh.
I thought I'll leave y'all with this. The most powerful country in the world is failing so fast that it makes you rethink what are the real reasons. Something so big and powerful can be destroyed so quickly unless the enemy comes from within. That is an absolute fact.
Well,
That's from El Salvador.
Well, we know who it is. So,
yeah.
But there's nothing you can do. He's so inculcated and protected. A funny fact: one of my wife's cousins, first cousins, is his Secret Service.
Mm.
He sends pictures all the time to her uncle of him out there guarding him when he's in the Beast and all that. So it's crazy, man.
Conshana, it is a vague statement, but it means this. It has a meaning that actually is true. So it can be as vague as it won't. It's just true because we are being defeated from within, and so quickly. Because 6 years ago, this shit was not as strong as it is now. This shit is insane. It's moving at
warp speed, man.
Warp speed. Yeah.
Which reminds me, I have to do my yearly Star Trek watch. I'm behind.
Oh yeah, I didn't do my Star Wars binge. So,
well, yeah, I do that too. But every year I do the entire season of Generations, entire seasons of Deep Space Nine, and entire season of entire series of Generations, entire series of 9, and entire series of Voyager.
Yeah. All right. We're getting about here.
Yeah, me too.
It's already 1:03, and I'm still here. I shouldn't have been off here by 12, but conversations must go on. And y'all made it worthwhile. So thanks for all the cash apps. Let me go see. Let me see what we got going on.
I even stopped by.
Bob gave some. Even Blacks Who Identify.
Blacks Who Identify.
Blacks Who Identify.
Didn't I tell you that she hit me up on
you told us. Yeah, he hit him up on CT channel. B-Rad gave $10. Willie D gave 10. Bittersweet gave 2. B-Rad again with another 5. So that's 15. Black Thoughts with the 15. Wrench with the 10. Steven with the 5. Lawrence with the 5. Bob with the repeated donations, which was awesome. Even LA with the $20 super chat and the 5. So it's 25 for coming in here and showing love. Thank you guys for showing love. Even the white lady showed $5 love. Thanks for everyone who came in here and donated to the channel, donated to the platform. This goes without, me trying to figure out how to get this fucking computer to work correctly.
Oh God, did you ever get your money? Did you ever get your money from AdSense? Did you ever work that out?
Oh, I don't know. Did you get some money from AdSense? Yeah, she said yeah.
Okay, I was wondering.
All right. Well, you guys been awesome. We have to go. I'm sorry it wasn't a real conspiracy day, even though we went over some conspiracies. That's not a whole lot. It's just been a real busy fucking weekend and throughout the week, and it's not slowing down anytime soon. We got to get a lot of things done before we actually leave. So,
amen.
You know how it is before you go on vacation. Yeah, that's tomorrow, isn't it? Are you coming up tomorrow there, sir?
Yeah,
I know you.
Up.
All right.
I'll go up. I gotta.
You ain't gotta stay up all night like you did tonight, but go and say your piece and go ahead and go.
Absolutely, yeah. I got a tryout to do, but I'll come up
for sure. All right. Well, thank you all for coming up here. Thank you all for staying in the chat, showing love, having a conversation. That's what we all asked for. You all have been great. I'll see you guys tomorrow with another show on Thursday on the Porch with the Blacks. You guys have a wonderful night, and we're gonna end like we've been ending every last stream that I do with one of these damn things. This one's fine.